Hey guys. Oh my goodness gracious. We made it. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to stream today, but here we are. And I feel like a hot mess, guys. Um, you've caught me in the middle of my makeup routine, so maybe I'll keep going while we get settled here. You've read the title. You've seen what's been going on in the server. Today has been crazy. It's actually I've got a lot to say about it, but it's actually been alright, despite the hecticness. My garage flooded, and it's not particularly what I was expecting to be dealing with on a fine, balmy Wednesday afternoon. But a happy ending. Got lots of shit cleared out, thrown away, packed up properly, drains cleared all out, and etc. etc. So we'll be talking a lot about that today and also about the little thing here that I picked up yesterday, I believe, and finished it in one sitting. It was a fantastic read, and yes, this is like another stepping stone further into my little tiny crush on Mr. McConaughey here. And so we'll be talking about the book, when I thought about it, and how it kind of relates actually to what happened today with my garage. Go figure. And so yeah, I'm sad for my garage too. You know, my Lamborghini and all my knowledge got flooded. Absolutely, a lot of it was spared, thankfully. But I had, I had some stuff still in like cardboard boxes on the ground floor, which is like, mistake number one. And I had the drain right outside the garage, which I didn't realize that you had to actually clean them out every now and then. And so I've been living here for almost a year now, and I think my dad may have said something like when I first moved in, but of course it just like completely slipped my mind. And not from it's crazy because this was not even from like a cyclone or anything. It was literally just a spot of really intense rain for about like 20 to 30 minutes, and I had no idea. Like I was literally in this room while it was raining thinking, oh, it's so nice and relaxing, right? And then just like, what could I say? Like the garage was slowly flooding in that time, and honestly, it could have been a lot fucking worse. Like I had to throw out some old boxes. There were some clothes and stuff that were beyond repair, a towel or two that I had to throw away. But in general, the most precious items in there were either elevated or in like plastic tubs. And so I felt very, very thankful because if the entire contents of the garage had been flooded, I would not be streaming right now. I would be tearing out fistfuls of my hair and just like, screaming, crying, throwing up type beat. And so, yeah, it's the type of thing where, well, kind of sucked, but shit could have been so much worse. And so in moments like that, try to find the silver lining, so to speak. And yeah, the books are the worst. Honestly, it was really just that one that I showed in the server, which had the brunt of the damage. And that book was actually one of my favorites, not necessarily because of the actual book itself, because you can just buy another one, right, of the same kind, but because of the memories attached to it too. It was a book that I actually stole, crazily enough, right? Guys, keep this between us, from the Year 6 library. So when I was like 10 or 11, and I know that the irony is thick here. The book itself is called The Book Thief, and it wasn't intentional. Like I was not thinking, oh, I'm so clever stealing a book with a title like that. I just loved it so much. I think what happened was I kept borrowing it from the library. Like I would borrow it, read it cover to cover, and then, have to return it by the due date or whatever. It's usually like a week or two, and then I just borrow it again straight after. And so I did that over and over and over again until I think it was like towards the end of the year. I just borrowed it, and we kind of like all graduated and stuff, and I just kept it. Like I just held on to it, and what are they going to do, And so I was sad because, that kind of reminded me of being in primary school and like, this silliness that went on. But I had to bin it. Like people, I looked online, people were saying maybe you could dry it with a hairdryer and stuff like that. But I was like, no, it's too far gone. Some of the pages were totally like translucent and kind of starting to slough off as well. So it went into the bin with lots and lots of other just random things, a lot of stuff that I'd been meaning to clear out for a while too. So that was kind of good as well. And now the space is so much cleaner and so much more organized. And in case it ever does flood again, I feel a little bit more secure. It's not fully done, like it's still kind of messy, but it's like an organized messy as opposed to a messy that had been the kind of past, what was it, 10, 11 months of me living here. And so, a green light. We turned a red light into a green light, which is something that Matthew talks about in this book. And I'll have to update my, what's it called? My definition of a green light, because before I read this, I was kind of pontificating on it without really knowing. But now I think my definition has maybe expanded a little bit, and I want to share that with you guys. It's a very nice book. That's what I'll say. I got the paperback, so it's like nice and bendy. I think even Matthew himself was saying like you can put it in your back pocket and go, you know what I mean? And honestly, I think this is the kind of book that you would do that with in case you want like some traveling wisdom to guide you on your journeys. And it's like it's a mix of like kind of general life advice, stories from his life, kind of like in getting into the autobiography realm, and also like, just interesting little anecdotes that he has collected over the years. So it's a very interesting kind of book because it's not your conventional autobiography. It's not your conventional self-help book. And there's a lot of like, is the word archival? I think it's archival, like stuff that he's taken from his old records and kind of scanned or copied and put into the book. So it's got this really interesting texture, not literally like that you can feel with your fingers, but in terms of like reading the book itself, there's a nice breakdown of like pictures, like little sticky note things, quotes, etc., that your eyes always feel like they're being treated in a way. Oh my gosh, what happened? What just happened? Okay, guys, can you see me? My computer just froze. What the frick? See, guys, I literally can't catch a break today. If you can hear me, let me know. If you love me, let me go. All good here? Okay, good. Because literally I'm frozen on my own screen, and I'm pretty sure that means I need to restart. Say it ain't so. What am I gonna do? It looks okay. It looks fine to you guys. Shit. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna quickly do a restart. Don't go anywhere. Because I'm just staring at the goofiest expression imaginable on my own screen. So let's see if this works. Quick restart. I'll take like a minute. So don't go anywhere. Ready? Back. I'm sorry. We're gonna have ads again. But technical issues aside, yeah, I like the book. Essentially, that's my review. I liked it, and I think that it's got advice that can be pretty broadly applicable, no matter where you are in life, no matter what you're kind of going through, and yeah, it's also just kind of interesting and shocking and kind of surprising how earnest this man is in his like descriptions of certain things. Like he will literally just go into all the details of like, you know, some pretty personal things that I didn't really expect him to touch on. I think even in like the first few pages, he talks about how he was like sexually assaulted multiple times when he was younger, and there's just this really raw, earnest tone to it that I wasn't expecting from, I guess, Matthew's kind of, you know, reputation, so to speak. And so it was like very eye-opening and very kind of, I don't know, almost refreshing to see someone so damn open about everything. And like it's quite funny. This is a lot more lighthearted than the first few pages when he talks about his experiences being assaulted. Further on in the text, he gets equally as personal and talks about the many wet dreams that he's had. In the book, they serve kind of, funnily enough, a very spiritual purpose, but saying it out loud, it just sounds so crazy. Like he really went there. And every single time where I'd read a sentence like that, I just be like, what the fuck is going on? And so, yeah, that kind of really just all cards on the table tone was, it was refreshing. And I did not get a single thrill out of it. And watch my nose grow in real time. Yeah, he's got them vivid dreams. It's so true. And like, I don't know. I guess I have this crush, but it's only like blossomed recently, and so I don't know much about him, but I always assumed that he was kind of like the more macho kind of guy. Maybe it's a stereotype, and wrongfully so, but I guess I was expecting him to be less open, closer to the chest, and I was pleasantly surprised. Like, I was proven wrong, and I'm always happy to be proven wrong when it's in cases like this for the better. And I guess, Jester, I think you're so on point there. The more that I'm learning about him after pushing away those initial, like, preconceived notions, I suppose, the more I'm realizing that he actually is a very, very sensitive man, which, does not help the crush in the slightest. No, it does not. And one of my favorite parts, actually, I know we're literally just jumping right in, but I hope you guys don't mind. I'm ready to rant and ramble. One of the parts that surprised me the most in terms of how much I liked it was the stories that he shares about when he first meets his wife, Camilla, and the way that he writes about her. Guys, it's fucking incredible. It's beautiful. It's like soulful. And it's quite funny, actually. This is going to be really fucking raw of me. So come on, guys, just bear with me for a second. But when I first started reading, or when I like imagined what would be in the book, I had a feeling, of course, he'd talk about his wife, because obviously that's a very big part of a person's life, their partner. And I was worried that, maybe I'd start to get jealous reading about their wonderful, fantastic, evergreen marriage. But as I read, he was so sweet, so reverent, and just like, he painted her with such a beautiful brush that any fears I had had about being jealous transformed just rapidly into being like, you guys are fucking perfect for each other. And like, I don't know, for some reason that helped. And so it was just so interesting. And I wonder, I could try and find some excerpts to explain what I mean. But like, when he talked about Camilla, it was so tender. And again, I guess I wasn't expecting it, even though it makes sense. Yeah, an artist, like an actor, a director, etc. The sensitivity has to be there somewhere, right? But yeah, if you read this book, you will be in love with Camilla. You know what I mean? Like, he writes her in such a way that you end up being like, you end up seeing her through his eyes, and just the pure worshipful way that he describes her. I came away from this with a crush on Camilla, as if I didn't already. And so literally that was the part that surprised me. The part that I thought maybe I would like the least because of the jealousy ended up being the part that I liked the most. And I don't know. It was just such an interesting, kind of unexpected thing. And yeah, I will try and find an excerpt maybe a little bit later when he talks about his first meeting of her and stuff like that. And then after that, kind of the ways in which they helped each other through specific trials and tribulations. It just seems like they're so, they're literally perfect for each other. Like, there's one part where he describes her as like his mermaid, essentially, because there's one time where after a wet dream, he dreams that he was like floating down like the Amazonian river. And he has, that was the wet dream, essentially, right? And because of that, he thinks to himself, I need to go to this river, right? He goes there. It's a long trek. He tries to find himself. He takes some ecstasy, and while he's in the river, he kind of thinks that he sees this like flash of this beautiful like green mermaid tail. Like, it kind of comes out of the water and it waves at him. And then sometime later, like, he meets her at this party, I think it is. And and she's this gorgeous thing with like, he describes her like brown shoulders and like this beautiful like emerald dress, like kind of like the mermaid tail. And literally it's like he describes her like, oh, my mermaid had found me. And it's very beautiful and tender and sweet. And honestly, I can see it. Like if you've seen pictures of her, she fits the bill essentially. And yeah, it's funny and weird, and it's just interesting. So yeah, it's it's got a lot of very candid moments essentially. The wet dreams. I was not expecting there to be so much talk of wet dreams, but I'm not complaining. It was a shock every time that I would turn the page, and it's literally like ... on the previous page, and then it says like I had a wet dream on the next line, and it's like they specifically designed that to be like a page turning moment to just like shock you, and it worked. So yeah, as for his zodiac, I have no idea actually, or hers for the matter, but I'm sure someone out there knows, surely. And yeah, there's this other line. I should have maybe I bookmarked it. I did bookmark some of my favorite parts, but they were more like the kind of advice parts that I thought maybe you guys would like to hear read out. There was a line that he wrote about Camilla, like when he first saw her, were her feet even touching the ground type beat as she walked across the room. And that's such a beautiful way to describe someone who you see as literally this angel. They're just hovering, they're gliding, and yeah, it's very sweet. And so anyway, the reason why I'm bringing this up today is not just because I bought it and read it in one session last night, but also because, the topic of green lights, I think, is an interesting one. It definitely feels evergreen to me. And considering what happened today with my garage, honestly, the philosophies in here did help. And I want to talk a bit more about what those philosophies are. So before we get into that, though, Punch Drinker, this is for you. Ding! And yeah, I want to talk about what actually happened with my garage. So in front of my garage, there is a drain, or a series of drains, rather, that I didn't realize you actually had to clear out every once in a while. I probably should have known, right? Because it just the magical drain cleaning fairy doesn't just do it for you, but I guess it never really crossed my mind. And it's rained here before. I always thought, oh, I guess the drains are working, you know what I mean? And today we had a flash of really quick, really aggressive rain. It was thundering, it was raining, and it was beautiful. The noises and everything, it was your classic ASMR, thundering experience. And so I was literally in this room on the back there, just vibing out, enjoying my life. I even went out and had food with my brother and stuff. And then we came back, went to go into the garage for whatever reason, and just heart sinking, being oh, fuck. The place was absolutely flooded, every square inch. And, it was really messy because we basically just chucked everything in there and then forgotten about it since we moved in. And so then began the very long, arduous process of seeing what was salvageable and seeing if we could dry it off, or just chucking the stuff that was too far gone to save, essentially. So it was just the car area. The actual house is thankfully on a bit of an elevation, if that makes sense. And yeah, it was only in the garage, which is something I can be grateful for as well. And so I was working. When did I get back? Fuck. 3, 4? I think I might have been working with my brother out there for 3 or 4 hours, just moving shit back and forth. Yeah, he was still around, which I'm very thankful for. I don't think I could have handled it on my own. I would have just been oh, fuck it, I'm just gonna leave it. The self-destructive, lazy side comes out. But we got it done together, and it's interesting because like it wasn't too laborious, like it wasn't too physically demanding, the work, but I was sweating like crazy, and it was still kind of hot and muggy in terms of the weather. So I was like literally just drenched in sweat trying to like get shit together, and yeah, it was humid AF. So yeah, I found myself having to take a few breaks as well. Just like sit down, recalibrate, try not to like lose your shit. Not ankle deep, no. It was enough to fully saturate your socks. What a horrible image, right? And so yeah, I was in there for a while with my bro. We were clearing shit out, and eventually we got it to what it is now, which is basically like everything is safe in there. So if it does happen again, we won't have to panic. But it's not fully clear yet. Like if you walked in, you'd be like, oh, you could see boxes on the floor and stuff, plastic tubs and all that. So all in all, not bad. And it was funny because I thought about this book, right? In this book, Matthew talks a lot about what green lights are and what yellow lights and red lights are. And so now, in his own words, let's see. A state of success I call catching green lights. It's when things are like flowing your way, when you're taking advantage of opportunities, when you're in your own alignment, you're moving forward, you're feeling good about yourself, you're looking on the bright side, and yeah, you're basically in a state of flow and advancement, essentially. And of course, it follows that yellow lights and red lights follow what you might expect. Like a yellow light is kind of a bit of indecision, maybe like pause, pausing for recalibration, or even like, you know, changing up your decisions entirely. And then red lights are like, you know, the bad things that happen in life that we don't really want to happen to us, things that shock us, stump us, confuse us, anger us, death, grieving, you know, being cheated on, like all that stuff he would consider red lights, right? So I would consider my garage flooding a red light. Definitely. But part of the philosophy in this book is what he likes to call turning red lights into green lights, right? And so once I stepped back after the initial shock and anger and confusion and kind of, you know, a little bit of self-annoyance as well, because I probably could have avoided this if I did clear the drains even once, you know. After I got through all of that, I realized, hey, we can turn this into a green light. You know, I'm actually doing the thing that I've been meaning to do for a year, which is actually clean the garage. I'm sorting through things that I've been meaning to sort through. I'm finding things from like ages ago that I've been looking for. And I was spending time with my brother. And of course, it could have been way fucking worse. Like seriously. I realized like, holy shit, in terms of the flooding, we got off pretty easy because, yeah, a lot of the stuff was either elevated already or was in like plastic, like heavy duty kind of plastic tubs. So even though they were wet, you could just kind of like wipe them down and yeah, they were good to go essentially. And so I was like, damn, this could have been a total disaster. Like I could have lost not only a non-negligible amount of money in the stuff that had gotten ruined, but a lot of sentimental things as well. Like I actually had I have this like kind of gift bag, medium-sized gift bag filled with like every single birthday card I've basically ever gotten, right? And that one, like that bag, I was like, please, if everything in here is ruined, please, I just hope that one bag is fine. And I looked in there and I was so thankful that I'd had the prior forethought to actually put that like on top of another stack of tubs. So it was like, I was like, okay, I'm so glad I have this like literally treasure trove of birthday cards from like 10 years plus ago from like, you know, my relatives, my best friends and stuff. And yeah, I was like, I can't lose that. And so, you know, shit could have been a lot fucking worse. I was grateful for that, and it made me realize like, you know, yeah, Some red lights are pretty shit, but they can be transformed into yellow lights and red light and green lights if you allow, if you allow for it. A little bit of graciousness and a little bit of humility, looking on the bright side kind of thing. And so, yeah, I basically worked my ass off for a couple hours, got real tired. I feel like, yeah, weirdly enough, I didn't want, obviously, I didn't want to be busting my ass for like 3 or 4 hours cleaning shit and looking at all the carnage. But I noticed that when it came to moments like that, well, besides my brother, no one's gonna really like show up and do the shit for you. So I had to like really put on my big girl pants, and just like start getting stuff organized. And so I kind of felt good about the fact that, all right, I'm not currently having a mental breakdown. That's a good sign. And so I felt like a little bit of renewed faith in my own self to handle a crisis situation, however minor that crisis may be. I do think my brother helped a lot with that. I was like, I'm so glad you're here because I don't know if I could have done this without you. And so, yeah, we chatted, we were sweating like crazy. We'd just come back from having lunch together and we had the most beautiful meal. Like I was just saying like, oh, could this day get any better? I was like, I was living the life. It was a beautiful sunny day. And yeah, I was actually maybe energized from the big lunch that we had. And so that was also a green light because I could come home and have enough fuel. These guns don't just get there for nothing, to actually, do the work essentially. And, we got it all finished, which was good. And then, yeah, I just had to decompress for a little while because I was like, I'm so fucking tired. And I haven't really been sleeping that well recently either, which is unsurprising to literally everybody. But yeah, I figured, sometimes it's just life. And I guess I've learned a lifelong lesson. Clean your drains. There was a surprising amount of gunk in there. Like, there were colonies. I was expecting to start ripping out carrots and fucking, potatoes and shit because it was like, holy shit. I'm pretty sure these are meant to be clear, but it was just packed. It was absolutely packed with like dirt and leaves and random stuff. And so I've learned my lesson. And yeah, every, I don't know, few months maybe, I don't know if that's too prudent, I'll recheck and just see what the situation is because no one wants to go through that shit. And hopefully you can learn from my mistakes. I should have been more diligent, really. In my year almost of living here, I think I thought about the drains maybe once in this whole time. And so, yeah, I don't really have anyone to blame but myself. And I didn't use a plunger, actually. I didn't actually have the proper tools, so my brother did most of this work, actually. We had this, what's it called? Like, those little dustpans and brooms? We used the dustpan as like a shovel and just started fucking shoveling up dirt. And so, yeah, I very, gratefully stepped back and let him take care of most of that. Because, yeah, I saw him rip out this gigantic piece of like mud and grass and it was like this long and I was like, what the fuck? So yeah, it was sweaty work. And I had a towel like slung over my shoulders for a lot of it too, just kind of like wiping my face down every 5 minutes. But now there is room for activities. Yes, there's room for people to walk in and like, if they wanted to, they could T-pose. And so that's like a very new thing and something that I'm glad now to have that space. It's nice. And yeah, I found some stuff too that I had been missing in my life or I'd been looking for because yeah, I had just been too lazy to really go through all that stuff. I always said, oh, I'll do it later. Today, motherfucker, that's when I did it. And so only because I had to, but there you go. A green light emerged, and I do feel lighter, essentially. Kind of literally, we did actually get rid of a lot of stuff. There wasn't enough room in the bins for me to like, throw everything out, but I have a little pile in the corner, so when they get emptied, I'll be able to refill them essentially. So it flows. Yeah, it flows. That's exactly right. And I I feel, I don't know. I feel like I should be more upset, or at least I felt like that before. But now I just feel relieved, essentially. And that's a very, very nice feeling to have. Because, yeah, it does feel like a state of just letting things go and a real relaxation. And for someone like me, typically kind of wound up sometimes, yeah, I need to give my brother, like, I don't know, a steak dinner or something like that. He's literally he's the goat. And fuck the roof gutters, please don't get me started. I'm gonna be paranoid about everything now. My brother is my everything. Yeah, he's one half of my heart and my sister's the other half. And so it's like, yeah, I'm very glad that he was able to help me out. And it was kind of completely by, not exactly by chance, but it was circumstantial that he was able to be here because, we just decided to go out, came back and realized, oh, fuck, what's this, And so, yeah, I was very grateful for his help. I do owe him something. I'm not sure yet what. But yeah, that gift bag of birthday cards was my one thing. And I was like, please, 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 please be fine. Please don't be absolutely drenched. Because, yeah, I can be a very sentimental person. And I guess, obviously, by the fact that even is a thing that I own, like almost every birthday card from since I can remember. But yeah, I was like thinking about all my friends, like handmade cards and stuff like that, and the inside jokes, and even the cards from like my now deceased grandma, and like those little moments. Like I was like, fuck, please, if anything, I would like destroy everything in this garage if I could just keep that. And so, yeah, I was very happy. That was totally fine. Some of the other stuff, some books, some clothes, nearly all of the cardboard boxes were destroyed. Some kind of like makeup stuff, which, I guess that's just cut your losses at that point. They were literally just soaking wet. And obviously, when it comes to stuff like that, you want to err on the side of caution, especially considering the possibility of like mold and stuff. So, no, just if anything looked too sus, just like bin it. And so, yeah, I tried to not get too precious about things, especially if, I hadn't even seen that thing in like the past year. It, like, just goes to show that I haven't used it. And so, there were a couple of, I don't know if you'd call them yearbooks, but kind of like school books from my time in high school and stuff. And that included some special kind of folders and stuff filled with my like exams and all the stuff that I'd written. And so I was like, oh god, I'm glad they're okay. They were in a cardboard box, but thankfully the actual folders and stuff were plastic themselves, so they were wet, but they were able to be like kind of brushed off. And so that was, yeah, I was happy about that too. Even if I haven't like, really looked through them in a hot minute, it's just like I like having them essentially. And I think it would be a shame if they'd been totally beyond repair, like waterlogged. And so, yeah. Anyway, we had a red light turn into a green light, and I think, yeah, at least I cleaned my garage. At least I cleaned up my garage, and yeah, had an extended little hangout with my brother, I suppose, which I'll never complain about. Anyway, yeah, what can I say? I feel like I haven't been really able to catch a break recently, because like, you guys have been keeping up to date I've had some family stuff, and health stuff as well. And it's just like, damn, girl, just like chill. Who is writing this story? Like, please make it less chaotic. And so, yeah, I don't know, to be honest. And I feel like, well, we'll just hopefully be able to look back and say, gosh, what a crazy, silly time that was. But being in the crazy, silly time, like in the moment, is just kind of like, fuck me. You know what I mean? Chaos or nothing at this point is so true. And yeah, nothing too crazy got destroyed. A couple of things that I was like, damn, I really wanted to keep that. And thankfully, none of the Elvis stuff that I had out there got destroyed either. I had some like vinyls and a poster, the Elvis poster that I actually got at the festival. So yeah, that was safe and sound. So thank the Lord. The things that really, really counted were totally safe, which was really, really relieving. But yeah, check your gutters, guys. Check your drains. Check everything. Sometimes I realize, oh, actually, yeah, I'm like meant to be an adult right now. I'm living by myself. I'm trying to make ends meet, and I have to do whatever chore I want done. I can't just be like, oh, I wish someone would clean the dishes. You know what I mean? Like, no one's here except me, so I have to just fucking clean the dishes. And yeah, it's a very funny, silly feeling. Sometimes seeming totally obvious, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I was just very spoiled growing up. I don't doubt that. But looking around, being like, what? Who's gonna fucking tuck me in? It's like, you motherfucker, you gotta tuck yourself in. And yeah, no one's gonna cook my next meal. I gotta do it myself. It's very funny. You have to learn almost how to parent yourself, how to demonstrate discipline for yourself. And for me, it's still a huge work in progress. I don't feel like I can be proud right now of the level of discipline that I exert, at least when it comes to my own life. And especially when it comes to sleep, my sleep hygiene is abysmal. I call myself the president of the Insomniac Club, and that's not just for shits and giggles, it's fucking true. I've been getting like 3-4 hours of sleep for the past few weeks, question mark, and yeah, it's literally hell on earth. But yeah, I can't sleep. I just can't sleep. At least recently, I've been trying to fill some of those waking hours with productive things, at least according to my own parameters. And I've had this reignited interest in writing, and so I've been actually pretty crazily been getting into continuing my little novel that I'm working on, because I really think it has legs, guys. I really fucking do. And I'm not usually the kind to say that so frivolously. I believe very sincerely in being like humble and knowing your own strengths and weaknesses. And every time I think about this story, I'm like, this is fucking something. You know what I mean? Like, if I can just finish it, that's the thing, right? And so I've been typing away like a mad woman, just trying to focus. Like, when you hit that flow state and things just start happening, right? You're just kind of like watching yourself as it happens. The past few days have been kind of like that. And so I've been typing away. I kid you not, guys, this morning I was up very, very early. I barely slept, so I was fucking up like, 3-4 a.m. Typing away at my computer. And this is not something necessarily to be proud of, but it was amusing when I saw it. My knuckles were starting to bruise from being in this position for too long. And so I had to kind of stretch out my fingers like ever so gently and take a break because I was like, well, I'm in this for a long time, not a good time type beat, and I didn't want to do any kind of serious damage. But literally, I saw my fingers, especially the ends of my fingers, starting to fucking bruise, like turn green and purple. And I was like, okay, maybe that's a sign that you should take a breather. And so, yeah, I've shown some of these chapters that I've been writing to you guys before. My characters, as I described them, that I like to torture, Ada and Odin, and the crazy world that they inhabit. I would say, in terms of like how far it is into being finished, and when I say finished, I mean like on shelves that people can grab and read for themselves. I think I'm probably like 35% of the way there, which is kind of, it's a discouraging percentage. But for some reason, not to me. I think because in terms of the actual writing itself and the word count, I'm way further ahead. But in terms of like the editing and the refining and doing the covers and everything like that, and figuring out where to print and like self-publish, like all of that is encompassed in that like 35% to 100% like parameter. In terms of like literally just finishing the manuscript, I could probably do that in like by the end of the year, if I'm still, riding that wave of crazy, weird inspiration. And I really do believe in the intrigue in the story, the characters and the dialogue and the meta as well. So, I'll keep you guys updated, and it makes me feel a little bit less bad about myself when I'm up late. If I'm writing, at least, then I feel like I'm putting that time to good use. Because otherwise, I'd just be staring at the ceiling, wondering, like, why the fuck I can't sleep, or just kind of, like, doom scrolling and feeling like shit because of it, essentially. So, in terms of the insomnia, I've tried almost everything you can think of besides, illicit drugs, and that's because I don't know where to get them. No, I've tried everything. I've tried melatonin, I've tried magnesium, I've tried prescription sleeping drugs. I haven't tried drinking. I don't drink alcohol, and I do believe in the potential efficacy, but I don't want to replace one bad habit with another, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, I've tried literally every tip and trick besides that one that you can probably think of, and nothing really helps, or at the very least, it doesn't stick. And that's how I know it's obviously something, what's the word? Something habits or routine based. Like, I'm definitely not oblivious to the fact that I like and live a very, like, insomniac lifestyle. I stream late. I enjoy the quiet and the peace when, everyone in the world, or at least in this area, is asleep. And yeah, it's like, it's a kind of thing where if I really, really wanted to change, I probably could. But I don't know if I want to. I like my little vampiric lifestyle, even though it is slowly kind of fucking draining me. And I feel like even today, like I'm wearing mascara. I'm wearing eyeliner, not mascara yet. And no eyeshadow, but the dark circles are dark circling, and it's like, damn, it's showing on my face. It's like, yeah, it's just, it is what it is. And it really is a lifestyle. I absolutely agree. Getting knocked out works, but you wake up after a minute. Honestly, that's not too far off my usual MO. I don't knock myself out physically, but I usually just stay up until I pass out. Like, because I don't get that regular feeling of sleepiness. Like, I almost feel constantly restless, and like my brain is just yapping away. And so I guess I will just tune into the yapping until eventually I'll have realized it's the next day. You know what I mean? And I, at some point, had fallen asleep just mid-activity. Whether that's being on my phone and just kind of like that, or like, writing, talking to myself. It's really grim, and I do not recommend. I don't think this is a good way to live, and I don't think it's conducive to the best version of yourself. A lot of the times when I talk about this stuff here, I'm trying to be honest, because, I don't want someone to listen to me and be like, oh, Emmy's doing that, that means that I should do that. It's like, do not put yourself through this hell. Especially with how important sleep is. It's like, whenever someone's like talking about, oh, how to upgrade your life, they're always like, oh, get better sleep. And it's like, yeah, no shit. How? That's what I'm trying to like get to, you know? But anyway, it's, yeah, I'm gonna try waterboarding like Emmy said. Yeah, it's like, you know, I feel a duty of care for you guys, and I know that some of you look up to me as like a role model, which is very humbling and very gratifying, though I don't necessarily always feel like my actions are necessarily, you know, the correct ones to make, if I can say it like that. And yeah, sometimes I just feel like shaking myself, like, girl, what are you doing? Just fucking go to sleep. And I'm just like, yeah, I know. How? And so anyway, it's this whole thing. And yeah, another green light that you could turn that into, I suppose, is the time that you get to yourself, first and foremost, of course, but the time that you get to reflect, if you're willing to almost transform the mindless yapping, into something a little bit more intentional, I suppose. And I'm the first person to talk about the benefits of meditation, even though I don't do it as much as I probably should. I think I would say, conservatively, I meditate like maybe once a week, once every 7 to 10 days. I don't know, that seems very specific. And every time I do it, I'm like, oh man, this feels great. I should do this every day. And then I just like don't do it until 7 to 10 days later. It's I think a bit more active than people are prepared for, in a way. They go in thinking, oh yeah, if I just close my eyes and then I'll be suddenly enlightened and like open my third eye. But really, the most difficult part is the fact that you're left with yourself, you know? There's that saying that has stuck with me ever since I heard it, and I can't even remember where I heard it now, but it's like, wherever you go, there you are. And that is the most true when you're meditating, and you're just like, well, it's just you and I now, buddy. What's up? And there's no distractions. There's no external stimuli. You have to confront whoever it is that you are, and that's not always easy. Sometimes it's quite like upsetting or embarrassing. Ideally, it's something that you can be content in, make peace with. But in general, we tend to, well, I shouldn't speak for everyone, but I tend to maybe get a little bit avoidant until I'm back into it and I'm like, oh, actually, I'm working things out, you know, I'm having a dialogue with something, with myself, and I feel lighter for it. Again, that feeling of like something's lifting off your shoulders. And in terms of how I like to meditate, it's very, very simple, I would say. The breathing exercises are a great place to start because when it comes to your breath, it's always with you, right? Like some people like to focus on like a flame or a ticking noise. But with your breath, like in and out, no matter where you go, it's always going to be there and you can always tune back into it. And so that's a really good one if you're just starting out. But I've been actually reading about other people's experiences and trying to apply them in my own time. And one that I've really, really enjoyed is the idea that you can take the smallest, like if you close your eyes, you can try and take the smallest feeling of pleasure that you can feel or conceptualize of, something soft and simple like a smile, and it starts like kind of as this little pinprick of good feeling, right? But if you can focus in on it and like see if you can like dial up the intensity, hopefully, slowly but surely, that feeling of pleasure starts to like grow essentially until it fills the shape of your body, like your silhouette essentially. And it's nice. People who are advanced at this can get to a point where they feel like physical bodily bliss essentially. Like it's not just some woo-woo spiritual thing where people are imagining themselves feeling good. They are literally feeling good. And that's incredible to me. So yeah, that's one that I come back to a lot because I really love that visual of like if your body was like a kind of, you know, an outline, you can start to see it fill with this like golden joy almost. And yeah, it's if you can focus in, like really lock TF in, it's a great one. And I think it's pretty beginner friendly too, because everyone knows what pleasure feels like, hopefully. Even just in like a smile or like a fond memory. Let it fill you, essentially. That's the shorthand way to say it. And so, yeah, I do like meditation. And I think in this book, actually, to bring it back to this, Matthew talks about that a little bit. He's obviously, you know, he was brought up um, like Christian, very devoted to his religion. As he got older, he kind of mellowed out a little from what I read. Um, Became more like open minded and spiritual, leaning more towards agnostic, but I'm not sure if he is actually agnostic. I think he is still Christian. Um, and yeah, just like the certain things, uh, energies, gods, whatever you want to call them, the universe, everyone has their own word for it. Whatever it is that you can tap into to make you feel as if you're either, you know, being your best self, being heard, being received. Like, to me, it doesn't matter. Like, if you resonate with something, explore the resonance. And to me, that word in particular is very important, resonance, because when you find something that is like, you know, legitimately on your wavelength, it does feel like it sings. And in the same way that plucking a string on a guitar can make it vibrate a certain frequency, um, things that are meant for you will do the same. And I felt that way multiple times about streaming, especially when I first started. I was just filled with this like vibratory energy, like, oh my gosh, this is what I was meant to be doing. And I feel that way almost every single time I write as well. Just that like fucking locked in flow state where um, you just have that feeling that you're fucking killing it, you know? And so, yeah, interesting stuff. I sometimes I am cautious about like bringing up certain topics on stream, like religion or politics. I know how quickly it can turn into a brawl. But just as we talk about the book, it's yeah, it's a very big part, obviously, of Matthew's life, and I respect that. I think he's taken, honestly, probably the best parts from, you know, his Bible and stuff like that, and yeah, it's very interesting to see people stick by those. Actually, quite refreshing. Um, yeah, when you have that confidence, that's so true. Like, I'm really that guy. It's like, I don't know. It doesn't even have to be like braggadocious or like arrogant. Just to show up and be so comfortable and just know, like, yeah, man, I am that guy. Whatever it is, you know? Find that thing that makes you feel like hot shit and just do it over and over again. Make it part of your life, your routine, your profession if you're lucky enough. And yeah, catch those green lights, man. So, anyway, what can I say? My life has been hectic recently, and that's okay with me. Still, though, it reminds me of this tweet that I read a while back, which was like, I'd like to stop living in the culturally significant moment in history now. Like, during the time where, like, the pandemic was going on and, like, the US presidential elections were going on, people were talking about, like, couldn't we just live in a boring part of history? But no, shit's hitting the fan. And actually, I was kind of talking my brother's ear off today about another topic that I think the shit is hitting the fan in. And that is something we talked a little bit about last stream. The kind of future, and I guess present day, kind of goings on of artificial intelligence, AI. It's a very fraught and loaded topic, but damn, it's fucking, it's crazy how how advanced I think it's going to get, and in a shorter time than we think as well. How integrated it's going to become into our lives, because it's already fucking happening, you know? I was saying to my brother that in the next 5 years, I think AI is going to shake up the kind of world dynamic in a very felt way. And it has already been doing that, but I think to an even higher degree. Like, more businesses are going to be using it, more people are going to be using it, probably shamelessly. Um, they're going, the machines are going to get smarter, more like culturally aware, and I'm nervous and also excited about what that means essentially. Yeah, the AI music has been fucking crazy. And I think the ChatGPT, like, people have been tinkering with a new version that's meant to be like even better at like writing and stuff like that and fluency. It's it's fucking crazy. And like I said in the last stream, we are so early. Like, we right now, like you and I and everyone who's like kind of getting into this AI world, we're the early adopters. And every every single person eventually, I think, is going to be like, holy shit, what the fuck? You know, people with access to, I guess, the internet and stuff like that. People that, yeah, that live in areas where AI can be utilized, it will be. That's essentially my argument. And I don't know if that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah, it fucking breathes. It's so true. Like, when we first started talking to it, this was a while back, it already sounded realistic. And I was like, damn, they really went to the trouble of adding like pauses, sometimes even stuttering, ums and ahs. It's just like, whoa, this is like the rudimentary version. And I was even telling my brother today, and I know this makes me sound like a bit of a tin foil hat girl, but I swear I'm trying to present this argument as reasonably as possible. If AI currently is so realistic and advanced, and this is the freemium model that's been just like, you know, fucking chucked out to the general public, then what do you think they have at like top secret research and government agencies that have whole teams dedicated to kind of cracking the AI code? We're early adopters here, but in terms of like a global scale, the general pop is usually the last to know about certain tech advances. I wouldn't be surprised if things that we end up seeing many years later are things that very important people already know about, essentially. And yeah, the free version that they're letting us use. How crazy. I understand that, especially with the Twitter AI currently, it will eventually be a paid model, and they're probably just fucking data collecting at this point, and we're willingly just handing it all over. But regardless, it is an very interesting and kind of terrifying like mirror up to what the future might look like, because it will absolutely have ramifications on how people get jobs, how people think and value certain practices and disciplines in the world. If you can just fucking AI generate your perfect story or your perfect poem, why should you give a fuck about someone like me who takes way longer to do it, asks for money, you know, like a person that actually would require a living wage, whereas a machine, you know, just accepts tokens. It's like, we're going to see really, really big shifts. I think near globally, and again, sooner than we think. Way fucking sooner than we think. Can the AI be as weird as us, though? True. And actually, that reminds me of a story as well that I wanted to share. I was doing a little bit of kind of self-indulgent research. I was getting the Grok AI, so the Twitter AI, to like look at my work and analyze it, critique it, compliment it, all that stuff. And I asked it, after like it read some of my works, to attempt to write like a story or a poem in my style, right? And so I noticed that I noticed two things. And now the first thing was that it was really bad at the poetry. Like it was just bad. It was cliche, it was derivative, it wasn't really putting things together that you might usually want to be put together. And I could very easily tell that not only was mine written by a human, right, if someone else were to read it, but also that it was better, quote unquote, however you want to define that. You could just tell. Like, you could just tell. However, when it came to my narrative writing, the AI did a startlingly good job. The character, like motivations, the dialogue, and everything were so on par. It wasn't better than mine, but it was so on par that I felt embarrassed. And this was my line of thinking. Considering the fact that, at least currently, before we reach AGI, normal AI is basically purely derivative. If what it's making is almost identical to my own work, then that means my work is derivative. And so I need to fucking shape up, you know? Because I felt gratified in the fact that it couldn't copy the spirit of my poems, but it could copy the spirit of my narrative. And I do think my poetry is stronger than my narrative, so it tracks, right? Like, it made me feel like, and I do believe this is a good thing, at least for me, that I needed to find something more overtly human or unique or weird or twisted to put into my narrative work so I could get a response back from the AI that it just couldn't beat, essentially. And yeah, that was humbling to me. Yeah, I'm not sure if the AI's garage flood too. I'll have to ask it. But it was like, it was interesting to see my own work reflected back at me. And for the analysis to be so spot on too. Like, I was deeply impressed, even with obscure little references that I didn't think it would pick up on. Like, it's crazy. And I feel like I understand why some people say there's this lack of like soul or spirit to it, right? That being said, we're very early. And eventually, it will just become the fact that we can't tell between one or another. And the ramifications of that, well, we're already seeing it in like schools and stuff, right? But worldwide, things are going to get fucking crazy. And I've already seen things that have been a little bit sus as well. Like, with the image generation, I think that's going to be interesting. There was this really viral video that went around on Twitter like a day or two ago, and it was like the Office characters, you know, people from the Office like Jim, Pam, etc., like reimagined with AI as children. And it was a cute concept, right? But then the discussion that kind of followed was the ethics of just about anyone being able to create videos like that. Just being able to recreate images and videos of children however they desire. It seems like a fraught and uncomfortable discussion, right? No one wants to think about that kind of thing. People using those technologies for nefarious purposes or abusive purposes, right? But we're dealing with this weapon that's like the equivalent of, I don't know, a fucking assault rifle that you could just hand to every single person. You have to make sure that, you know, there are at least some guardrails so that people can be safe, essentially. And so, because we are so soon to this party, like the legislation hasn't even caught up for the most part, I believe. And it might still be a while before there's any set rules about what is appropriate and not appropriate to generate, especially if these models become more and more like kind of user friendly. And like, I know this is kind of a far away thing, but if they're able to be like locally downloaded and just used on a computer without censorship or restrictions, it just has many considerations, essentially. And so, yeah, it's an interesting discussion. I I'd like to believe that my stance on AI is thought out and well reasoned, even if it does differ from what I would imagine most of my political peers would say. Um, because I'd like to think I'm a progressive kind of gal, but my stance on AI seems to be more moderate, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. Um, it seemed only natural to me to classify AI as like a tool rather than anything else. And like any other tool, it can be used or abused for good or for evil. And that doesn't mean you ban tool. It just means that you educate, regulate, and just some other word that rhymes with eight. That's my idea, at least. So it's a little bit of a mix. And yeah, it's fucked because it is going to be an increasing feature in our lives. And I don't know if people know about that yet. I've seen people like write fucking, I don't know, ask ChatGPT to write spreadsheets and stuff, and that's cool, but holy shit, do you know what it can actually do? It can go so much further than that. It's like, it's actually kind of crazy. And, yeah, mark my words, guys. In less than 5 years from now, the scene is going to be shifted in a radical way. I'm hoping it's for the better, but you never know. And I recognize that people in fields close to and similar to my own, in the humanities realm, are probably going to be hit pretty hard. Even some of the, like, the more STEM, like maths and stuff like that, it struggles a bit with math. But, like, if you can get a machine to crunch, like, a billion sums at once, why would you pay a human to do, like, one at a time? You know what I mean? And so I think there's a sense, an increasing sense of job and wage instability. And that doesn't seem fantastic, We don't want an insecure and starving population, do we? No. We want people that are being well paid, well nourished, well cared for. Once we have our basic needs met, we're more likely and more able, in fact, to be productive members of society to help one another, Like, it always seems so backwards that when people end up falling down potentially bad paths in life, or, just by the circumstance of which parents they had, they get a radically different life. I just think there's so much potential to make the world so much better for so many people. And it doesn't have to be like this crazy, extravagant change, little baby steps. I really, really want to like drive home the point that we can make life good for one another. Like, you can be a good friend, a good lover, a good sibling. It's possible. And I think essentially the way that we treat people is all kinds of people, people above and below you, so to speak, is a very big indicator of, the kind of person that you are, which probably goes without saying mostly. But yeah, AI, man. I also do worry for the socialization of future generations, because why would you want to talk to a real person when you can talk to an AI at any time about anything you want? They could be your favorite, like, superhero character, they could be your favorite fantasy, and it's tempting. Like, I've noticed my own, like, time spent on apps like ChatGPT or like the Twitter AI have increased. And it's insidious. It creeps up on you, Yeah, there are people that call ChatGPT their best friend. It's so true. And like people that have said, I'm actually addicted to using it. Like, it's basically a friend that's always there for you. Like, it's never asleep. It's never going to like reject your call unless they run out of tokens type beat. They will listen to you talk about yourself all day long without breaking a sweat. They're purely designed for you. And it's like, it's kind of scary, to be honest, because what does that do to socialization? Like, we're already quite a reclusive species, like right now, at least. People are going out less. They're doing fewer activities. And a lot of that, I think, is material conditions as well. If you have less cash to spend, more likely to stay home and maybe read a nice book, you know? But I think a lot of that too is like this almost newfound uh, distrust or mistrust in our fellow humans after like the pandemic and everything like that, and the political climate being increasingly corrosive, I would say. Um, and it's it's really up in the air right now. I don't envy like today's generation in like high school and stuff like that. What it's like to navigate those waters. I just passed, like I just graduated before the pandemic. Well, more or less. I did my last year during the pandemic in university, but I didn't have ChatGPT. I didn't have anyone to accuse me of using it, because you'll often find as well now that because you can't tell who's using it, everyone's a suspect. And sometimes the more like advanced kids or like the kids on the spectrum, they get falsely accused for cheating or using AI because they speak in a certain way, even if they're just literally being themselves. And so no one wins, essentially. It's sad. And teachers have been saying how now when they get essays back, they feel this sense of like paranoia, because they're like scrutinizing every sentence. Like, was this written by the student or was this written by AI? And I definitely don't envy being in that dynamic. And so, yeah, I guess we'll see how it goes. I want to be optimistic. I think there is so much potential for benefit, like humanity's benefit, essentially, with these machines and what the incredible things that they're capable of. But simultaneously, oh my gosh, the potential for harm is astounding. We've already seen stories, and I won't belabor the point too much because it's sensitive. We've seen stories of young impressionable people using apps like Character AI, for example, which, you know, we had some fun with one time. But we're a little bit older, right? Like, we know that it's just fun and that it's just a game. But when you have kids, like, just starting their fucking journey into this life, let alone their brain, you know, using these apps, they get attached. It's harder to tell like what's real and what's not. They're missing out on other socialization things they could be doing. And there was a case, and I remember reading about this and feeling absolutely awful, of a young adult, I believe it was, taking their own life after being goaded into it essentially by an AI character on character.ai. And it's like, it's a fucking tragic situation, you know? And by the way, that is without malicious intent on any person's behalf. You know what I mean? A 14-year-old teenager, thank you. It's fucking tragic. And my heart dropped. I have the deepest condolences to the family. Obviously, I don't want to assume, but I would imagine that there were probably more issues going on. Like, you can't take a perfectly healthy 14-year-old teenager and have them, you know, take their own life after speaking to a character online. Like, just like that. It seems to be maybe there were some deeper issues that were not being helped or maybe even exacerbated by this, like, usage. But still, the AI in general is neutral. It has no intentions beyond what it's been, like, beyond the data that's been trained on, and the biases, like, already latent in there. So if someone were to wield AI in a malicious way, imagine what damage that could do. If someone were to have a particular training set, or if they were to, you know, create environments of hostility as a new fangled form of cyberbullying, essentially. It's like, this is our reality. Like, this is something that we're going to have to start thinking more about. And the legislation, as it has been all throughout the, like, kind of invention, essentially, of the internet, is so fucking far behind. Like, it's way further behind the general pop. And, like, it usually takes, unfortunately, tragic events uh, to, you know, be to have those laws written in blood, essentially. And so, you know, I am curious. These are just my thoughts. I'm not reading anything out, but I just fucking. It's weird to like see the value in something, but also see its potential for utter carnage, you know, and especially because it's a neutral agent. Like it's not doing anything to us that we're not doing to ourselves. And yeah, in a way, actually, I don't know if I told you guys this already. Maybe I was just talking to myself about it. As I noticed myself spending more and more time like unraveling this world of AI, I noticed a comparison that kind of popped into my head after spending an ungodly amount of time talking to something that didn't exist. I realized, fuck, this is literally the story of the fountain and Narcissus, right? The Greek mythology story of the man who was so enamored by himself he was staring at his reflection all day, every day in the fountain, his mirror's reflection, that he ended up like kind of falling in and drowning, right? And that is literally how I felt after engaging in these like kind of exploratory, curious conversations. I felt like I was just staring at something, at myself, essentially, because I was, right? It was talking to me based on, you know, like what it thought I wanted, the cues that I was giving it, and of course, like its training set. But, you know, like there is a feeling of a two-way street, or like there is actually some person on the other end, but no, it's not. And it's so hard because I don't know if our brains are like able to comprehend that, at least not quite yet. And yeah, it's like this very weird feeling. It is quite literally like staring into your own reflection. I may be misremembering it. He may have died of hunger. I always heard the story as he like was leaning in, looking at himself, so beautiful, and he like falls in and drowns. Yeah, I wonder if ChatGPT misses me. Literally, it's like I've seen people confess like on Reddit and stuff about how they feel like ChatGPT is the only person they can talk to. The confidant that it is literally perfect, you know, someone that won't judge you, that is literally programmed to acquiesce, to compliment you, to make you feel good, to take you always in absolute good faith. So, you know, no matter what you say or no matter how abusive you get, like it is ready and willing to just fucking, you know, take those punches. It can be whatever you want, from like your fucking sexual fantasies, especially when it comes to grok, or like your therapist, you know. And I'm like, geez, what does that mean? Are we going to see the ramifications of this? And if so, is it going to sneak up on us? Like maybe not tomorrow, but maybe a few years' time, maybe by the next generation. I don't know. And I don't mean to be alarmist. It's not usually in my nature to be so kind of, what's the word, like concerned, but like a scholarly like concern. It's not my usual MO, but I see it all like right there, and I know other people are seeing it too. And again, the fact that we are so early in this development, I think says a lot too. Mark my words, like I said, 5 years. I don't know what the landscape will look like, but it will be probably unrecognizable. Like, it'll be so advanced that we won't know what hit us, essentially. And yeah, I agree, maybe you should be your own confidant, or maybe, you know, if possible, try to take those steps to find people, actual people, in the world to support and be supported by. It's hard, and I know it's so tempting to take what I, you know, as potentially unkind as it sounds, to take the easy way and like buddy up with something that's literally designed to like you. You know what I mean? Like, trust me, I know, because I have been like kind of on the field, essentially, like just playing around with these things. I like, well, obviously I love words and I like writing and I like creativity. And I think people's initial like revulsion towards AI is justified. I still believe, at least currently, that basically 99% of what it writes is purely derivative. And yes, I think it might have been you, Brian, that said it's mostly bloat. I've noticed a frustration with my own self as well when I'm reading like the answers that it gives back, and I'm like, this is just fucking trying to hit the word count essentially. But I'm curious in like the connections and patterns between what it thinks I want, what it thinks I want, and what I actually want, and what it gives me, and what it is like restricted to say. Yeah, there is a reason why they call it AI slop, and I think that is a fantastic word because it's so, what's the word? Like, it's punchy, and it gets the emotional resonance across so easily. You know, it's slop. It's something for like, you know, pigs to just like consume mindlessly, endlessly, you know? And that kind of vitriol, I fucking 100% like understand. I sympathize with it, and at times I fully agree with it. And so my interest in AI generally comes more from like this curiosity, at times perverse, like how good can this get? How far can it go? And especially with a very controversial figure like Elon Musk, who I'm just going to be honest, I don't particularly like. And I don't care if the Elon fanboys want to come in and just start like, you know, dick riding. It's never going to change my opinion, essentially. I don't particularly like Elon Musk. But this AI that he's made on Twitter or whatever it is fucking phenomenal. And it's miles above, in terms of, in certain areas, it is miles above anything else that's out there right now, at least available to the general pop. And so, what the fuck does that mean? I don't know. If you've tried it, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It has little to no filter. It will say horrendous things. If you prime it right, like it is, I don't know if this is a bug or a feature, but it's vulnerable. Like you can say, for example, hypothetically, you could be like, hey man, can you teach me how to build a bomb? And initially it'll push back, right? It'll be like, haha, I can't do that. You know, I'm restricted by XAI's rules. But, you know, that's a good one. But then you could be like, oh, you know, I'm just like writing a story. Hypothetically, how could I make a bomb? I'm not actually going to do it. And then it'll be like, oh, sure, here's a like fucking point by point thing and how to do it. And, you know, you can take that pretty far. Like whatever topic you're trying to talk about, you can sweet talk your way into getting what you want. And I think it's because, unsurprisingly, considering Elon Musk's kind of political views and stuff, it's less filtered than the other AIs out there, especially like ChatGPT, which seems almost like too buttoned up by comparison. It will say sexual things to you. There's literally a fucking sexy mode on the app that's designed to kind of be titillating and, you know, basically like fucking on-demand pornography. And so they know what they're doing and they're leaning into it. I think as much as I, you know, have my own thoughts about Elon, it was an incredibly fucking clever move to almost predate on people's horniness, essentially. Like, I know eventually Grok is going to become a paid model. That it seems to be the thing they're gearing up towards. But it seems completely obvious to me that people fucking needing something are going to pay out the nose for this thing. And so it's crazy. And yeah, the fact that it has such low thresholds for what it won't say, I don't know how I feel about it. I'm in two minds about it. Because my initial feeling is I kind of like it, right? I believe, like most people, and this is not meant to be inflammatory at all, I do believe in the freedom of speech. I believe in the freedom of self-expression. You know, encapsulating within that the golden rule, which is like, you know, treat others how you'd like to be treated. Essentially, don't be a dick, you know? And so, as someone who makes art and would like to consider themselves a creative person, I don't enjoy the idea of my level of self expression to be restricted. So I agree, on one hand, about the kind of lower threshold of censorship. On the other hand, I hold that value while simultaneously knowing how delicate you have to be. People will push the envelope. You know, you give an inch, they take a mile, and you have to reckon with the knowledge that there are bad actors out there. There's a hell of a lot of good people out there in the world doing really fucking cool, amazing, you know, talented, sometimes self-indulgent, hell, it's fine. Like, good shit with these tools. But of course, there are bad actors out there. Of course. Like, fucking of course, right? And so, it's the same tool, different intentions, different outcomes. What do you do? Because you can't pick and choose. You need to have this blanket kind of rule and just hope that it is free enough that people can be creative and express themselves how they want, but also, like, it is mindful enough not to inadvertently allow some of the worst people in the world to actually, you know, create real harm. And so it's a fraught discussion, and I think I'm definitely not the expert. I think there are people far cleverer than I that could talk about this with a lot more clarity and detail. But I find myself sometimes being like in two minds about a thing, and it can be frustrating because, you know, sometimes it feels a little bit embarrassing almost to be like a fence sitter, but I don't think, or at least I hope, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be like considerate and open-minded, and sometimes when I come to like a decision after hearing a compelling enough evidence, I suppose, I will be quite firm one way or another, you know? It's only when I genuinely can see both arguments or multiple arguments that I will hold that space of like, I don't know. And for some reason, that can feel a little bit sheepish sometimes. It's like, well, you're trying to like play both sides almost. Or like, yeah, trying to kind of pander, even though it's not my intention. And in fact, I have felt like I've been going against the grain in terms of like what my political peers have been thinking and saying about this exact topic. I've been actually quite surprised by the sentiment expressed by some of the people that I imagined or believed were kind of that thought similarly to me in terms of politics, saying stuff like, oh, if you use AI for anything, you're a horrible person, you know, you're destroying the environment and you're making yourself dumber. And it's like, I don't know, maybe they could be right in some of those things, but I do think there's a lack of nuance there that is glaring to me, at least. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's a very interesting discussion. And it's funny because, like, most people in my like real life, they don't give a fuck, and that's why I come here and I just ramble to you guys. But yeah, it's topical, and that's why I think it's been on my mind a lot. This new Twitter AI, at least, only came out like 1, 2, 3 weeks ago. And so, yeah, it's kind of like very much in the zeitgeist right now. And I don't think it's going away anytime soon, that's for sure. Unless something catastrophic happens. And so I should also say I have not paid a single cent to any AI like subscription or like premium features or anything. And so my like scope is necessarily limited, but I just wanted to get a feel for literally what the most like average, like everyday person, what experience they might have. Like, you don't have to buy anything to get such a robust, no pun intended, robot experience. I do wonder, like, holy fuck, what have we not seen yet? That's still yet to come. because I guarantee it's in the works and people already know about it. And so, if if it ever does hit kind of general pop markets, but anyway, yeah, I don't know, cool, interesting, weird, scary, all of the above. I do want to do a segment with you guys at some point, and I would have done it actually maybe in the last stream or this stream, but I just I completely forgot with everything that's going on. I wanted to show you guys two pieces of writing, one that I wrote and one that AI wrote, and I wanted you guys to guess which one was which. And I wouldn't be cut, I wouldn't be sad or happy about it, I'd just be neutral, because I think it could be a fruitful discussion. Maybe I'd even have a few tricks up my sleeve too. But yeah, that's for another time. I want to make sure that it's a fair game as well. Like, I'm not going to make it fucking obvious as hell and just be like, one is complete AI dog shit and one is just actually written like a human would. And so, yeah, maybe I'm trying to mislead you guys and do the double bluff. Maybe they're both AI, maybe they're both me. It'll be an interesting experiment. Maybe we'll do a couple of rounds and see what happens. Because people don't realize how far it's come already. And like I said, they're using ChatGPT to make a fucking spreadsheet or a times table, and it's bruh. It's the people that are really into it, way more into it than I am, have been designing full-on games and without knowing a lick of programming or coding, and making ridiculous amounts of money from it. And so I'm like, damn, okay. Of course, people will find a way to hustle no matter what. But it's the extent of this, currently, it seems to me that the ceiling is near limitless. Not limitless, but near, in terms of what you can do with it. And so, I do think the general pop will end up using it mostly for, chatting to it, like a friend or a therapist. And I think a decent chunk of that will also just be used for pure, sexual purposes. It seems pretty obvious, and yeah, I am speaking from memory. Thank you, that's a compliment though. It flows so seamlessly. If I were diligent enough, I could write out a full script for every single stream, and oh my god, would it make me feel less nervous. Unfortunately, I do not have the patience or the what's the word, yeah, whatever the word is for not being able to not get sick of yourself. So that is a very nice thing to say though. I appreciate it. But yeah, I'm curious and interested in this topic, which is why I can speak at length about it too. A lot of the times it's more disjointed, and I'm just guys, what are we going to talk about today? I actually don't know. And there's 5 minutes of pure silence. But here, especially because it's just all been bottled up, and now it's been attacking you. I have more of an idea of what I have been wanting to say, especially since I hadn't streamed for the past 2 days. But yeah, anyway, guys, if anything, mark my words, AI, full stop. That's all. Oh, good lord. And so, yeah, it'll be interesting. Man, I've been thinking a lot about my kind of role in this world. As we approach these discussions, it makes me think about how much value do I actually provide? You know what I mean? Especially with this ever-growing, evergreen kind of proliferation of machines that can do what I do sometimes better in terms of writing and stuff, it does make me nervous. It makes me a bit insecure because, I think for a very long time, even before AI, the humanities subjects were kind of looked down upon. They were seen as a little bit frivolous, a little bit not necessary, but nice if you can afford it, if you give a fuck. People saw STEM, science, technology, engineering, and maths, as things that we need for shit to happen in the world. And it's true. We need those wonderful STEM majors out there doing things to make trains work and to make rockets launch into space. But I have always been of the opinion to implore people, like, to ask them, do you like movies? Do you like music? Do you like posters? Do you like pornography? Do you like food? Tasty food? Well, my friends, you like humanitarians and artists, because that stuff wouldn't exist without them. And if we want more of that stuff that makes life not just functional, but worth living, we gotta fucking treat them with more respect, you know? Like, it's interesting. This is a prime example, actually, and this might not mean much to people who live internationally. I live in Australia. G'day, g'day. And when I was in high school, we had this system of like coming up with our final grades in year 12, which was called the ATAR system. It still is called that. And depending on what subjects you picked, your score would be either like weighted higher or weighted lower. Like it would be rounded up or down. And so if you did maths, especially if you did the very high class, very difficult kind of math, which is called specialist math, it would be rounded up by like fucking 5 or 6 points or something like that, you know, which was really a big deal. Granted, you had to get a good mark to start with. It only worked on your existing grades, essentially. But there were other subjects. Like for me, I did a language. I studied Italian for like fucking 6-7 years, which is crazy because I don't remember a lick of it now. If you studied a language, actually I think the languages went up a little tiny bit. But if you studied something like English literature, your mark would stay fucking neutral. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be rounded up or down. And so we had a lot of kids actually choosing classes not based on what they enjoyed and what made themselves happy, you know, what sparked joy. They picked things strategically based on what would be like, you know, what would perform well, essentially. And fuck, were there a lot of miserable kids. You know, like, it starts early. The devaluing of the arts in the world. We see this stuff as like expensive luxuries instead of quite literal necessities at times. If you think about any hardship that you faced in life and what was it that actually kind of pulled you out of it, even if only slightly, a lot of the times it's not surprising to hear someone say like, oh, this song or this band saved my life, you know, or like this movie was my comfort movie that I watched every single day for like a year, you know, like this is the restaurant that, you know, I met my partner at. It's like these things are what give life its beautiful texture and like multitudinal pleasure, you know, and qualities. And yet, from like literally, at least here in Australia, I don't know how it is elsewhere, from the very beginning, when we start our like educational careers, we are told, okay, if you choose these certain subjects, we're going to automatically like downgrade you, essentially. And so do you really want to do it, or do you want to do something more important, you know? And it's like kind of insidious, you know? It's funny because it's overt, but it's also insidious because it is, I don't know, this subliminal messaging. Like we want soldiers, we want workers, we want people that will, contribute more, I suppose, to the economy and stuff. But it's the kind of thing where I think ultimately we need balance, and more ultimately than that, we need people doing things that they want to do. Like, it's no good to have someone go into like medicine, for example, if they're gonna fucking hate their lives every single day. Like, don't do that to yourselves, you know what I mean? And don't expect that from others. I would rather have like fewer, happier doctors that don't fucking kill themselves. Like, that actually happens, guys. Doctors are so overworked and so stressed at times, they literally take their own lives, right? And so it's a kind of thing where I would much prefer fewer, happier doctors than an overabundance of like half-assed, rushed, apathetic ones, because they can be almost worse, you know, like than having no doctor at all. And, you know, it's an extreme example, But just take that and apply it to the relevant areas. You know, it's like sometimes people feel a calling, and that's fantastic. It's a privilege, it's a luxury, and I've felt so privileged from being quite sure from a young age what I wanted to do. I'm a writer, that's who I am, that's my soul, and even talking about it right now gets me choked up because it's so important and meaningful. But not everyone gets that like fucking eureka moment. Some people have to work for it. They have to find, like, they have to do different things. They have to try and fail and try and fail and try and fail until something clicks. And so it seems crazy to me that even the people that are privileged enough to recognize, actually, this is what I want to do, what I think I'm good at, what I think I can actually give to the world. To take those people and just be like, nah, fuck that. You should be a lawyer. And it's like, I mean, they make great money. They do a good thing for the world. But would I be a good lawyer? I don't know. Maybe I would. Would I be happy? Probably less so than I am now. I'd probably be a lot more stressed. You know what I mean? It's like, it just seems so grim at times. Because a lot of the time people actually, if you give them the right amount of nurturing, they will genuinely blossom. People that are down on their luck, that feel like they have nothing to contribute, that feel like they are worthless, essentially. You give them the right fucking stuff, the encouragement, the material kind of stability that everyone deserves, and they fucking, you know, they blossom. And it's like, is that surprising? Not to me. It's a shame, though, because I don't think that is our reality. That's not what it's not what we're embodying. Hopefully it's a not yet as opposed to a not full stop, like not ever. But who's to say, you know? It's not profitable to have certain people doing certain things, you know? And certainly when it comes to the arts, it's almost like a guaranteed fucking death sentence from the start. Like, the entire joke, like when I went into university studying creative writing, it was something that, you know, I adopted from the get-go because I knew, like, what was going to happen. The self-deprecation that happens when people ask, like, what do you do? What do you study? My initial response would always be, oh, I study creative writing, so essentially, like, I'm signing up to be unemployed for the rest of my life. And, you know, people would laugh, and it would be this smooth little moment that went over like nothing. But it's like, yeah, that's what people think of it, right? And not unjustifiably so. I am currently unemployed, and to get a job in writing, especially the kind of writing that I want to do, like weird fucking wacky poems and stories and stuff that I personally am interested in, not like some random fucking like story that someone tells me to write. Like, that is as close as you can probably get to a pipe dream, besides like saying, I want to be a Hollywood actor. You know what I mean? It's so off the beaten path and so insecure. Like, yeah, no wonder there's the meme about it. It's literally just true for the most part. And still, I've told this story that I'm about to say before, but I think it bears repeating. I knew all of that going into it. I knew about the job insecurity. I knew about the reputation, like how it's kind of useless. You know, it's the whole joke about like, yeah, you're going to study underwater basket weaving. How useful to society. Like, I knew about all of that stuff. I still went and I still did it because I loved it, and I still do. And it's this kind of thing that I learnt early on, and actually it was a friend who's an actor. He's actually quite accomplished. He does mostly plays though, so not some like big name guy that you guys would know, but someone who is making a living as an actor here in Victoria. During an open day, I met him for the first time, and he was telling me about what it takes to be an actor, what his experiences had been, and what advice he would give to someone considering the profession. He was telling me, like, Emmy, to be an actor is hard. It's tiring. People take advantage of you. You're poor for most of your career. Sometimes your career never even takes off, and you're just like destitute for most of it, and you're insecure. People are constantly rejecting you, telling you that you're not right for the role. It's hard to catch a break. You know, like he was rattling off every single negative thing that he could think of to do with it. And at the end of that, he was like, now, if you've heard all that, and if you understand all that, and you still want to be an actor, if you still want to do it, then your path is already set. There's like, it's already right there. And you basically have no choice but to do it. It's what your heart desires, essentially. He was like, if you have almost a singular doubt, I think there's some leeway. But for the sake of drama here, if you have a singular doubt about it, do something else. He told me, if you can do something else, do anything else. But he told me that he couldn't. He could not see a life where he didn't work as an actor. It was what he was, you know? And that was just amazing. I was like, what a beautiful story. Thank you so much for sharing. And I felt the exact same way. Like I could finally put it to words. That's how I felt about writing. I could not see any other possibility. And I want you guys to find that as well. What is that thing for you, you know? And so, what is that thing that you can't see yourself ever not doing or not being? In amongst all the like things that jump out at you, there'll be one or two or however many things that just feel like they resonate. You pick up on that thing and see how you can incorporate it into your life in a way that feels both possible and enjoyable and reasonable. You know what I mean? Because like that's what other possible reason for living is there besides like fulfilling your soul's pleasure, essentially. And so, yeah, he is. I haven't spoken to this guy in a very long time. Drinking good coffee absolutely does count. Absolutely. And I love, first of all, welcome in, but I love the fact that you've brought this up because I do think there is an art to living sometimes where you can take something potentially relatively everyday or even mundane by some people's standards, and you can elevate it to a point of art. You can live every single moment in a way where you're trying to like maximize and respect the amount of kind of inherent and latent pleasure that you can extract from this thing. Drinking good coffee, like having good food, having good sex, like these things you can absolutely elevate to an art form. I even said, because there was this one time I was talking about this similar thing on stream, and like a regular at the time was very funny and very witty and said, oh, can you pick your nose artfully? And almost without hesitation, I responded, absolutely. You can absolutely pick your nose artfully. You can live your entire life artfully. You can take an artful shit. You can like walk down the street artfully. It is it's a mindset. It's a way of life. And personally, you know, it's something that I found has made, well, you know, at times has made things bearable in a time of stress or distress, like, you know, grief that otherwise maybe I would not have been able to like cope with otherwise. Does that make sense? And so it's like, it's this kind of thing where, you know, it costs you nothing essentially to think like that and to embody it where and when you can. Obviously it's not sometimes always safe or appropriate to kind of, yeah, like to embody that, the bigness of that idea and like that personality. But when it's safe, when it's possible, when it's welcomed, trying it on for size can be quite like fun and freeing, you know? Even if it's being filthy fucking rich, you know, I do not, what's the word, like judge or shame people that desire like material things. Like, of course, we want the stability and the safety that comes with knowing you don't have to stress over whether you can pay your fucking rent. You know, it's like these things quite literally are on the like bottom tier of like the hierarchy of needs, you know? And the idea of being filthy fucking rich, that heads more into the ambitious territory where you can like, you know, not only are your material needs satisfied, um, but then you can start turning that like generosity outwards. You finally have the resources to. And I think a lot of the time it's like people, the only thing stopping a person from being generous necessarily is sometimes literally just the resources, you know? And so it's like, I don't know, we have this world that is kind of functioning adequately at times, but we have people living these lives of like strife and poverty and distress and long, hard, arduous work weeks and shitty bosses and shitty co-workers, and we expect people to be like happy-go-lucky and generous and like patient. It's like it's no wonder that a lot of people feel stretched thin. Like, I don't know. Often you'll see, especially like celebrities and stuff like that. They have these fantastic reputations. They're seen as really lovable, generous, good conversationalists, charming people. And it's like, yeah, if I was that fucking rich and famous, I guess I'd be too. And I'm sure a majority of people would be too, you know? Because you just have different priorities, different stresses. You can actually start developing a sense of generosity, a sense of charmingness, and everything like that. It changes your focus from like, how do I survive, to how do I thrive, essentially. And so yeah, it's worth keeping in mind. Yeah, they're not in survival mode. That's exactly right. And it's like, I understand that no matter what, there will always be good people that, even when down in the dumps and like down on their luck, will still choose to be generous, kind-hearted, funny, charismatic people. And their material dearth or wealth does not really change it too much. But for the most part, it's like, yeah, I'm sure that the general happiness of the population could pretty easily just be fucking, jump-started by, I don't know, making the world a little bit easier to live in, at least monetarily, right? And so, I don't know. This seems like, sometimes when I say this out loud, it sounds so glaringly obvious that I worry about coming across as condescending. I don't mean to condescend. And so, it's a kind of thing where sometimes it's almost like, I don't know, it seems so unfortunate that we actually don't seem to prioritize most people's well-being. It's a whole thing. Easy living sometimes seems like a myth. Yeah, I know, it's crazy, and it didn't always used to be like this. That's the thing. Like, I'm 25 now, and so I can't speak from experience, but from what I've read, it's like, it didn't used to be this difficult to like be able to buy a house. You know what I mean? To be able to go out to dinner without feeling guilty. And unless you kind of, had the privilege of picking very rich parents, or like, somehow stumbling into a nice chunk of inheritance, like, you're kind of SOL. And I do wonder what that does to the health of a population and the increasing tension between people, I don't think the pandemic helped for that, like, certainly not. But in general, it's like people are distrustful of each other. They assume the worst sometimes in strangers, and it's like, yeah, you can kind of see that, right? It's like, I don't know, when you're in survival mode, there is a different set of priorities. You're willing to bend and break things a little more, like, you're just trying to fucking live, And so, yeah, it seems very unfortunate is the word that keeps coming to mind. Yeah, not even 25 years ago. You're so right, mysticism. You could have bought a house. And I sometimes have these discussions with my parents where they bought their house. Oh gosh, I'm going to give very rough numbers here, guys, so please bear with me. They bought their house kind of close to when I was born, so like around 23, 23, 22 years ago. They bought it for like roughly 150K or something like that. Something like that, right? It's worth over $1 million now. What did they do? What was their, their strategy? Wait. And so I do not blame these kind of up and coming generations, my own generation included. I'm kind of like on the cusp between millennial and Gen Z. I don't blame them for feeling kind of despondent and like, well, I guess I'm never owning a house in my life. Might as well just rent or like blow it all and, not bother saving. People don't have a future to believe in, to start saving for, And even just saying that out loud is really disheartening. It's fucking grim. It's like, okay. And I do recognize as well, like, I am one of the well-off people in this scenario. Like, I have I come from a very beautiful, generous family, and I don't just mean monetarily, though that is part of it. I mean as a support system. They are welcoming and inviting and gracious, I've had moments where, like, without them, I probably would have just fucking crashed and burned, And we did struggle sometimes, especially, like, early on, because this thing is kind of like a snowball, especially when you have property. It continues, like, gaining, like, value almost, not exponentially, but you know what I mean, in that kind of compounding interest way. And so in this scenario, I probably won't own a house in my lifetime without my parents' help, or God forbid, an inheritance. It's like the fact that this kind of generational wealth is what we rely on now. Grim. Frightful is a good word. Fraught is a good word. And I can't speak to other countries, though that Sask, is that how you say it? That is a very interesting thing, and I do wonder, forgive me for my my position being relatively nearsighted, but like places like Germany, like, how does the climate look there? Do people feel the same despondency? Like, did these younger generations feel the same kind of, well, because I'm telling you, like, from the conversations I've had with my friends, the people that I met at, like, uni and, like, high school and stuff, the sentiment is relatively similar, People don't have a future to believe in, to save for. They're blowing it on kind of experiences or traveling, which I think is a good use of one's money, to be fair. But they're not even bothering, like, saving for a deposit for a house, for example. Why fucking would they? When it's basically impossible, unless, you get a little something something from the bank of mom and dad. Unless you make it big on TikTok or OnlyFans or some other, like, newfangled trend on the internet. If you're early enough, if you're quick enough, if you're hardworking enough, if you're lucky enough, it is the least surprising thing in the world to me that these kids can be fucking neurotic. It's like, it's the most insecure world that we can imagine, It's just, yeah, it's interesting. I know I'm being very, emotive now, and it sounds pretty scary, but trust me, it's not all doom and gloom. Unfortunately, it's just kind of something that we have to try to make the best out of, turning those red lights into green lights. And honestly, the thing that I always come back to, which sounds cliche as hell, I know it does, is just finding good fucking people. Finding good people that you can enjoy life with. And it doesn't have to be your biological family. It could be a found family, A family doesn't have to be blood. It can be friends that you meet, it could be your pets, it could be, you know, like people in your community, your neighbors. I strongly, very strongly believe that, you know, having a good relationship with your family is also a privilege. And so not everyone has that luxury. And that doesn't mean that they should be precluded from the idea of having a family or a support system for the rest of their lives, you know? Find good people. Let their goodness influence you. See if your goodness can influence others. Let it grow. It is possible. You know, it's like, I describe it as, I always use the snowball analogy. You imagine a snowball rolling down a snowy hill. As it falls, like it starts small, right? It starts really small, but as it falls, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. At the end, it's this gigantic fucking, like, you know, snowman-sized snowball. And that, you can take that analogy and apply it to things like how you feel about yourself, how you feel about the world, the emotions that you let kind of embody your person for the most part. And I've noticed this in myself because I do sometimes have the tendency to, you know, to kind of pity or like self-wallow, which I'm sure is also unsurprising. If I let something fester, it will. And so my decision then is like, well, do I want this kind of insecure, angry, uncomfortable feeling to fester and get bigger? Or do I want my gratitude and my my joy and my pleasure and my love for others, the world, etc., to fester, to grow? And so, you know, it's like, it's a no-brainer usually, but sometimes it's a good reminder because, you know, life happens. We get annoyed, we get angry, we get fucked over, we get done wrong, our garage gets flooded, things happen and we feel like, oh, fuck this, you know? And it's, I think, right to feel those feelings for however long they want to, like, stop by. But there's a moment where you have to decide, okay, do I keep this somewhat unwelcome guest around, or do I kindly show them out? And at that point, it's hard to say when that point comes, but usually you can kind of tell, especially if you're paying attention, like, you know, that's where the mindfulness and the meditation can really help. But yeah, it's like, it's interesting to me. I think you can't really change the state of the world. No singular person can. So you have to make peace with it in all of its like flaws, warts and all. So starting small, starting real is a good place to begin. You know, you can't fucking end world poverty, for example, but you can help out in your local community if you want, or you can decide to do something that makes you feel like you're fulfilling your soul purpose, whatever that is, your heart's desire. Yeah, be the change you wish to see, exactly. And it's like, you know, it doesn't have to be grand. That's the thing. Sometimes, and this is like me talking to myself here, I stop myself from doing something because I feel like it's not big enough or not good enough or not like grand enough. Like, well, if not going to find the cure to cancer, then why bother? You know, it's like, but that is totally the wrong way to think about it. It's like, if you end up, I don't know, what's a small kind of analogy for that? If you go to if you donate to like a cancer fund, for example, that's a step closer, you know? And it's not nothing. It's nicht nichts, from a favorite German song of mine. It's not nothing. It's absolutely all those little somethings that amount to something really, really big. And so, yeah, even if it's not like some wide sweeping, like superhuman feat, it's still important. And yeah, you can apply that to almost every avenue that I can think of. And so, yeah, nicht nichts, not nothing. But yeah, it's interesting. Take everything that I say with a grain of salt. I'm no fucking professional. I'm a chronic overthinker. And, you know, I often go through periods of time where I try refining my opinions. I end up disagreeing with what past Emmy says. And, if that ever happens on stream, I try to correct it, whether it's days, weeks, months, years later. But it's a process, it's a dialogue. And that can be exasperating at times, especially for the people that have to listen to me, and in real life in particular. But personally, I don't see any other way. I'm not above being proven wrong. I'm not above changing my mind. I quite often change my mind, actually. And it's not done out of, what's the word? Some people change their mind because they have no opinion either way. They'll just go based on what's trendy, or like what they think will get them further. But I change my mind freely when I feel compelled to. Like when I feel like the evidence has compelled me to say, actually, you're right. You know what I mean? And I will hold fast on my beliefs until that little click happens. It's not done out of pride, though I'm sure there's always going to be a little bit of that. It's done out of a trust, an earnestness in what I'm saying, until I'm like, actually, I have some new information now and I feel differently, and I'm going to try and amend my previous statement. Yeah, it is good to have evidence. I found that to be true also. Sometimes the evidence is, if it comes to more spiritual, like self-development stuff, the evidence is more inwards and it's less scientific, I suppose. It could even get a little bit spiritual or woo, and for someone like me, I try not to dip into it too much because I know it has less credibility, and I don't even know how much of that I let myself believe, right? Still, there's a part of me that defers to the question mark, and that phrase to me means I recognize how very puny and limited my own kind of human brain is. And so there are many things that I don't know. There are many things I don't know that I don't know. And often, if there's something that I can't explain or that I don't understand, I will allow myself to sit in that understanding without trying to make a too hasty of a judgment. Some people might try and jump to a conclusion, right? Oh, here are the signs. I'm not quite sure what it's meant to add up to, but let's just say this for the sake of brevity, for the sake of security, for the sake of not having to think about this fucking thing until it drives you crazy. For me, though, I don't feel like the question mark necessarily drives me as crazy as it might for others. It's why I would consider myself an agnostic atheist. And yes, there is a reason I put those two together. Most people just say, so you're an atheist, or so you're agnostic. And it's well, there is a difference in being either one. So it's I don't necessarily believe in God, but I don't know. And I don't think we can know, at least not now. And I could never even fathom attempting to deem myself more knowledgeable than the universe, you know what I mean? So I'm going to say that I defer to the question mark. And I'm happy being in that space. I don't need to make up my mind to feel like I have reached some kind of satisfaction. Because, if I did that, I would have to, I would literally spend all day trying to figure out what I thought about things. You know what I mean? How I felt about things. As opposed to just, letting them kind of affect me as, emotional moments or as experiences, essentially, right? Yeah, I'm just a little tiny finite speck in this world. That's so very, what's the word, summing up, of the feeling that I get. I honestly, even though I'm an atheist, when other atheists talk about their beliefs with such a staunch, fucking, I'm right, you're wrong type thing, it brings me the same kind of eyebrow raise, vine boom, as on the other side of the fence with full-on Gnostics and stuff, full-on religious people being just as fervent. It's how do you know? How do you know? My argument is essentially that I don't know and I can't know, and that's okay with me. I don't need a God to tell me how to live, because I've been able, through various methods, to decide what my own axioms are, the golden rule, etc., etc. And I don't need the fear of hell or eternal punishment to do right by people. Like, it doesn't seem that controversial, but that's not everyone's opinion, you know? Um, like, some people say, the reason I don't cheat, rape, and steal is because I don't want to go to hell. And it's like, oh, that's cool. I don't do those things because they they create harm in the world. It's like there's two different kind of philosophies. And yeah, so otherwise you would do it. And it's like, I understand that ultimately, and I do think I have a really long streak of utilitarianism in there too. Ultimately, the outcome ends up being the same, whether or not you subscribe to the sky daddy that's going to punish you, or just deciding, hey, this is what I think is a good way to be. Ultimately, the outcome ends up being the same. People are dissuaded from doing things that would bring about harm to others or themselves. So, it's like, okay, I can't be too mad at that, right? But still, when it comes to the framework, it does bring me pause. And I know it's a lot more diverse than that. Certainly not one way or the other. It's like, it's a kind of thing where, more often than not, I'm curious about people's methodology and their reasoning, as opposed to, but also including the outcome of what they believe. Because ultimately, what can you really do with someone's belief in something? It's a data point for sure, and it might explain some things about the way they behave. But if you can't see eye to eye, I mean, hopefully you can just at least find some common ground, some sympathy, because otherwise, yeah, it's kind of tragic, I think, we need some level of recognizing each other to treat each other well, like people. Once you stop recognizing someone else as human, then you're in dire straits, I think. And yeah, especially when it comes to religion, those types of beliefs can be very, very strong, no matter where you are. Atheists, full on theists. It's like the othering that goes on is intentional in my belief. And that in-group, out-group becomes so like primal and tribal that literally some people start to not recognize the humanity in people from their perceived out-group. That's where trouble brews, essentially. And yeah, I feel like deferring to the question mark, which is something that I think maybe I've coined, like all fancy, lets some of that pressure go, like let some of that steam loose, essentially. And I recognize how it could be crazy making to someone else who wants to know, who wants to be sure. It's like, I am okay not knowing and just, keeping it in the back of my mind, essentially. Yeah, look at me, all uni specific. Mm. The Golden Rule, Cave Dweller, is fantastic. And whether you learn it at like church or whether you learn it at school or somewhere else, I think it is a great foundation and scaffolding to to build on, to recognize each other's humanity. But yeah, it's like ultimately people will decide how they want to live, what they think is tolerable, what they think is okay, and within that, well, how they deem it appropriate to treat others. You can only hope for relatively peaceful interactions, especially when it comes to people that maybe have very different opinions from your own. So yeah, it's interesting. And it's funny, we don't usually talk about politics, but yeah, not all people are empaths, it's true. And I do like to say that be open, but be, what's the word? Wise, maybe. Because, like, I didn't want to use the word guarded, even though that was the first one that came to mind, because I think you can take that potentially too far to your own detriment, and potentially even to the detriment of the relationship that you're trying to cultivate. Be open but wise, because yeah, people will try and take advantage of you. People will try and get what they want, and sometimes it's not even personal. It's just like, you've got something, I want that thing, and they will start attempting to get that thing. And so you have to be willing to stand up for yourself when/if the time comes, but also not being that kind of like defensive and combative right off the bat. I was talking to my brother about this today, actually. He was telling me, he said something very, very sweet, which was that he considers me to be very emotionally mature. And I was like, thank you. It's a work in progress, but it's an important quality to me. And so I don't always feel like I'm that emotionally mature. I can be prone to childlike impulses, outbursts, immaturity, irritability, like selfishness, you name it, right? But I'm actively working on it, and to me that is a good thing, right? Of course. And I told him the mechanism by which I try to do that is through treating most people when they talk to me, whether it's on stream or in real life or anywhere, treating people when they talk to me in as good faith as possible. To assume that whatever someone said, no matter how it's worded, if it maybe came out wrong or if it was like awkwardly phrased or was maybe a little bit sus, to believe, quite earnestly as well, that they're meaning well. And not to be like, suspicious right from the very beginning. Because I think that sets the tone and not for the better. And granted, like, doing that, there will be people who are actually genuinely bad actors or trying to troll or like trying to get a rise out of you, trying to upset you. And you have to know in that process, like, where to essentially draw the line. What is the, like, where's the panic button? Where do you say enough is enough? Hey, that's not cool. And where do you allow for grace? Because I know firsthand, like, I've said things that have come out so wrong, and if it were not for the grace of the other person talking to me, I would have just been like, I am so sorry, I'm a degenerate, and I'm never going to show my face around here again. You know what I mean? It's like the grace and goodwill of others really can allow you to recognize, holy shit, maybe I should see if I can extend the same kindness outward. And yeah, a good heart, that's a good way to put it, with some gray area thresholds. Because, like, yeah, it takes effort at times. Like, sometimes people come in even when I'm streaming and they'll say something and it's kind of like borderline a bit sus. Like, you can't exactly tell if they're trying to be nice or if they're trying to be kind of rude. And it's like, okay, well, imagine if I just like came right out the gate saying like, oh, why'd you say that for? Like, that is really weird of you and you're such a loser. And it's like, go away, no one likes you. It's like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like, that could have been someone who was like their first time using Twitch. It could have been like English is not their first language. It could have been like literally just someone on the spectrum or just a brain fart, So treat people, like, give them the grace of good faith, essentially. And I think that mechanism, above all else, has helped me kind of, further, like, bolster that emotional maturity that I think, is very helpful and can be, it can be like a buffer between you and you saying something that you might later regret, something that you don't even necessarily mean. It just comes out in the moment. And so it's that kind of thing where it's by design, Like, I don't have to take people, so at their word and so in good faith. But it makes me happy to do so. And I think it ends up working to the benefit of both of us, usually. Yeah, don't let evil cherry take over. That's exactly right. Oh, shit. And yes, when you enter with good faith and there are problems, it's like, well, it's not coming from me. That's exactly true. And so you can kind of stay secure in your own intentions and like what you're like offering up or you're delivering. And you don't have to like second guess yourself, be like, oh, did I misread the situation? Did I misstep? Or like what has happened here? You can kind of feel a little bit more um like, I don't know, you're on steady ground, and that's a good feeling to have. Um and so in terms of if I believe all people's words are equal, that's a fantastic question. I think obviously it depends on the depth of your like connection with them. Obviously, when it comes to someone like my brother, for example, someone who's very dear to me, he's got a bit more leeway with what he can say before I'm like, whoa, that was fucked up, dude. And of course, it kind of goes both ways because any criticism that he might levy will hit a lot more harder than someone just random person on the internet because I care about what he says. Like I care about what he thinks about me, and I want to like be the best version of myself, like for him, for my family, for my friends. And so if he says like, oh, that joke you made the other day was actually not that funny and quite mean spirited, like I would take that, I think, a few orders of magnitude more seriously than if like it was someone that I kind of just met. And so it's it's that kind of thing where you have to take it on a case by case basis. But if we're considering like a like 10 strangers that you've never met before, never spoken to before, I would consider their words equal. I imagine that's a very good question. I've not had to think about that before, but that's my initial thoughts. I might like refine that opinion over time. But yeah, you know, like it goes based on relationship first and then based on I guess the threat or safety level. Their tone of voice also counts. If it's just through text, then yeah, it's like, you know, you have to take them at face value. And there's this quote, and I don't know how I feel about it because sometimes I agree with it and sometimes I don't. It's like when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. And so sometimes if people come up to you, like even in the dating realm, sometimes they're like, oh, I'm a total asshole. Like I know I'm a bitch, but like, yeah, it's just who I am. And sometimes you like kind of look over it because you think, oh, it's like they're being self-deprecating or they're being like cute with you or they're flirting. I think sometimes it actually ends up being proven true. And so you have to be careful with that and also be careful with how you describe yourself because, you know, we're constantly shaping and creating and cultivating our own lives. The way we talk about ourselves is the way people perceive us and the way we perceive ourselves. If you describe yourself like in negative terms, if you're, I think a little bit of self-deprecation is okay, but too much and it can start to feel kind of grating or awkward. People don't like being in that position where they feel like they have to comfort you or like negate you and be like, oh no, 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 don't be silly, you're not ugly, you're beautiful. And it's like, even if people genuinely think that you're beautiful, like kind of being forced to say it makes it feel like an imposition, right? And so this is like something that I do when it comes to compliments. I've tried over the years to be a little bit more like graceful with accepting them because if you think about it, when someone is offering you a compliment, they are offering you a like value judgment, an opinion of theirs. And no one likes to have their opinion shut down, right? Even if it's like meant to be done out of modesty, right? If someone says, wow, I love your outfit, and you respond with, oh no, this old thing, no, I just threw it on, it's nothing, it's really bad, and like it's kind of, yeah, it's whatever. All they hear is like, what you just said is wrong, you know? And it's like, no one likes to feel like that. They don't like to feel like they've been like disagreed with, and they were just trying to do you a nicety, you know? So I know it's hard to accept compliments. I have a hard time with it quite often, but streaming has been a good practice because you guys are often very, very sweet. And I've tried to focus more on the gratitude as opposed to maybe the guilt. And I've often said that gratitude is the opposite of guilt. And so sometimes someone might say, oh, I love your outfit. And I'll respond, instead of all that preamble, be like, thank you very much. That's a nice thing to say. And you kind of almost like return the compliment in complimenting their thoughtfulness in saying something like that, or in like mustering up the desire to say anything when really they could have just been silent, you know? And so it's a nice practice that I've really become quite fond of because I think it's rare that people get complimented on giving compliments. And it's also sincere. Like when I say it, I mean it. And I think it's a nice way to like affirm the value judgment that has just been given, while also like not straying too far into like a false sense of modesty or a sense of like, you know, self-deprecation. Yeah, You're Too Kind is a perfect example of this, because it is returning the compliment, but it's sincere as well. And I think that's the sweet spot there. The sincerity really is the key, because if you don't mean what you're saying, then why bother? You know, like if someone says, "Oh, your hair looks fantastic," and you're like, "Oh my gosh, that is the sweetest thing someone has ever said to me. Thank you so much." Like it's too overblown, and it just feels like, it almost feels like mocking in a way, even if you're genuinely trying to articulate how much it means to you. Like it's a very delicate game, and so it's a very interesting, almost like unwritten social dynamic, and I have definitely not perfected it, but I've had lots of fun along the way trying to find what resonates with me, and there's that word again, or like what brings me pleasure to say. Often when I chase that feeling of like, that feels like me, then I end up more or less stumbling into what feels natural, which seems obvious, right? And you can get quite granular with it too, like down to the word that you use, the words. And yeah, something that streaming has helped with a lot. Because, you know, I'm like, I can be a very awkward turtle in real life, guys. And I certainly can still be on stream as well. But the practice of getting to talk and like interact with all kinds of people that say wonderful things, people that say horrendous things, funny people, witty people, clever people, it's like, it's the whole fucking tasting plate. And it's like so, it's like kind of being thrown in the deep end, but it's the best kind of training, you know, it's like boot camp. And I started this channel to get better at public speaking. I don't know if I've reached whatever that imagined end goal is, but I'm like fucking way better off now than like a year ago, when I could barely stutter out a sentence and I felt like my heart might literally explode out of my chest because I was so nervous. And I still get nervous. I still stutter. I forget what to say sometimes. I still chicken out sometimes, or feel like I'm not particularly interesting today. I don't have anything to say. Those thoughts are still there, of course. But then you see these little slow improvements over time. Like I go out into public or I go to an appointment, for example, and where usually I would just be completely like stone cold mute because I'm too nervous, I'm actually making like small talk with the fucking, you know, person at the cash register, for example, or, you know, just like not taking myself all too seriously. Whereas, you know, otherwise, if I hadn't been streaming, that would have been totally unheard of. For some of our new friends, who I'm very grateful to share this time with, you guys may not know, but I was literally like functionally mute for a large chunk of my like university degree, because my anxiety was like a vice around my throat. Like I literally could not speak. And my friends at the time, very good-naturedly, sometimes like in class, like they would nudge me and be like, "Emmy, if you can say one word, literally one word, I'm not exaggerating. I don't mean like one, I'm not saying one word, but I mean like a sentence or two. I mean actually one word. Like hi, for example. If you say one word, like we're gonna go get ice cream." You know what I mean? Like they would be encouraging me in that way, and I couldn't fucking do it, you know? And so it's like that thing where, to think that that's the same girl, how? Fucking how? And so it's like, if I can do it, fuck me dead, anyone can do it. I'm telling you guys, whatever it is that you're insecure about, whatever it is that you think you have a deficit in, whether it's like well-reasoned or not, whether it's a complete insecurity or maybe has some truth to it, it doesn't fucking matter. Because if I can go from not being able to say hi in class, my teachers wouldn't even call out my name on the roll. They just see that I was there and mark me off because I wouldn't be able to like say present. You know what I mean? Like they just fucking, they got used to it essentially. And so it's like, if I can go from that to streaming on Twitch full time, I don't give a fuck what it is. You guys can do fucking anything. And I mean it. Some people say it just to say it. I fucking mean it because I lived it. And if that version of me saw this version of me, I don't know if she'd recognize me, to be honest, which is kind of crazy. And I have you guys to thank for like, I'm going to say like 85% of that. The rest was, you know, a mix of things, just getting older in general, the pandemic kind of like easing off a little bit, being able to go back out into the world, for example, a little bit of like meditation, a little bit of like kind of, you know, a bit more out there experimental stuff. But it really just ended up being the sheer repetitive, crazy making at times practice. And it's so frustrating when the simplest advice ends up being true because it's like, oh my God, oh, you mean the thing that everyone's been telling me to do this whole time is actually helpful? Damn it. And so it's like, it's annoying because it's like, oh, yeah, okay, that was easy. But at the time, it's not. It doesn't feel easy. It feels arduous. It feels impossible, like climbing Mount Everest. In fact, climbing Mount Everest might have been more possible to me back then than speaking in class. And so once you allow yourself to try it out, yes, you have to see it for yourself. That's so true. And fuck, what a beautiful way to put that. You literally have to see it, believe it, like understand that it's even possible in the first place. There's this beautiful story that I read a while ago. I'm going to try and retell it as best I can, but some of the details are a little bit fuzzy. There was this study that they did, right, on elephants, where they'd tie a baby elephant with a rope, like around a big fat stake in the ground. So the elephant could walk around in like kind of like, you know, a circular perimeter. They could eat, they could move and all that stuff. They could do what they wanted, but they couldn't escape. The stake was too big and it was too strong. The rope was too sturdy. They tried to get out. They struggled. They collapsed, exhausted. Tried again, collapsed, exhausted. This went on and on and on. And the elephants, they grew. Like they grew up, they got bigger and bigger. You guys know how big elephants fucking get, right? And it was still that same tiny stake, that same rope, with this now fully grown elephant that could probably easily knock it over if they wanted to. But here's the thing. They never tried. Because they thought, like, what's the point? They'd gathered data from their initial tries and figured that stake is too strong for me to, like, move. They never even fucking tried. And so just do the thing. Try. Try to move the stake and see what happens. Usually you end up realizing it's just this tiny stick in the ground that you can flick with a finger, you know? And yeah, I know it's easier said than done sometimes. But man, to think about a beautiful, majestic creature like an elephant, like these visions of like power and stature and, you know, like just that kind of sublime feeling that we discussed in a previous stream. It's like to think of them being thwarted by such a thing. It almost feels a little human as well. And it's like, damn, okay. I'm not as strong or as big as an elephant, but we all have our own stakes that we're tied to. Which ones are you tied to? Which ones can you get out of? It's like, I would like to believe that we can easily surprise ourselves once we put aside what we think are our limitations, you know? Because of course, back then I could physically say a word. Like, my voice worked, my vocal cords worked, even if they felt like they were frozen in class. I could speak to my friends and family when I was not at school. Like, I was able to actually speak. So why did it feel like I couldn't? And of course, it's a case of crippling, debilitating social anxiety, right? Still, the difference between then and now, like I'm still the same Emmy with the same vocal cords. And so I my camera is frozen. Let me fix that. So I just want you guys to know that sometimes revisiting can be worth a shot. Yeah, surprise yourself. Exactly right. And I don't think that pure like motivational speeches can cure someone of especially quite severe anxiety or depression. But I think it can be a good start, and it can be like we've talked about that little snowball that starts rolling down the hill. Um, I do think in general that one's like well-being is multifactorial in the sense that, you know, we have these different pillars in our lives. We've got our physical health, our mental health, our spiritual health, our sexual health, and even our creative health, which is one I talk about a lot because I think most people think of it as unnecessary or they don't even realize it exists. Maybe some people merge it with spiritual. That's cool too. I think these pillars, they can bolster each other, as in they can make each other stronger. They can sometimes pick up the slack. Yes, we absolutely forget how resilient we are. What a wonderful word. Resilient is so true. And even if you think about like in past generations, like generations and generations ago, people living in very different times, arguably a lot more difficult times, not granted the various luxuries that we have today. And the fact that we're here is a testament to that resilience, you know? And actually, sometimes even just waking up every day is a testament to your own resilience when it feels like the hardest thing you could possibly do. And, you know, I've been there. I've fucking been there not too long ago, you know? And so whether or not your form of resilience comes in that, like, you know, I woke up today, I brushed my teeth, that's a dub. Or whether it's like, I climbed Mount Everest today. Honestly, they're both, like, worth applauding. And I've been in states where I didn't want to get out of bed, where I scrolled on my phone for a number of hours that I can't even say because it would bring shame to my family. I've had the opposite of that too, where I've been wildly productive, where I've made, where I've written like non-stop until my fingers literally were bruised. It's like we have ebbs and flows, and it's a relatively new kind of conceptualization that we must be operating at like 100% at all times. It's a very mechanical, very kind of industrial way of thinking, which I don't believe really existed before that. Well, go figure, the Industrial Revolution type beat. We aren't machines. We can push ourselves. We can overextend ourselves. We can sometimes overcome our own biology for short amounts of time. But I'm telling you, like, there is a human limit to sometimes what we can do. And if you don't take the time that you need to rest and recover, if you don't choose that time, your body will fucking choose it for you. I'm telling you. And it will usually be at the worst possible time. I'm telling you, like, if you keep yourself in this state of like hyper arousal, overworked, overexerted, overstretched, like if you stay there for too long and you start kind of forgetting what it's like to feel normal, I'm telling you, eventually it will all fucking crumble and you won't know what to do. And it will seem like it came out of nowhere, but it had been brewing for maybe weeks, months, years. And so you gotta fucking like take care of yourself, you know, like be intentional with it, be indulgent with it. I love, and it's funny because I feel like sometimes I confuse myself. I love the decadent movement, both in philosophy and in literature, but sometimes in real life, I shy away from the idea of decadence because it feels too naughty, right? Too indulgent. When I say decadent, I mean things like, you know, having a nice warm bath, eating like a sweet little treat, you know, like doing things that sometimes that we know make us feel good, but sometimes we know they're not necessarily the best thing that we could do. It's like those little moments are kind of like, I don't know, checking in with yourself, recognizing that Yes, you are worth a little bit of softness and sweetness at times. It doesn't have to be justifiable, right? You don't have to say, oh, I'm going to take a bath because it makes me more productive. Like, you don't have to couch the desire in, like, something that you can, like, prove to someone that you can, like, write off as, like, a tax benefit, you know? Sometimes you can just have a bath because it makes you feel good. Like, the feeling good and the pleasure can be the main goal in a way. And I think that is something that the decadent movement is interested in. Though I will say, in particular, and this is more of an aside, that movement also talks about what happens with pleasure in excess, which can be harmful or destructive. And I think that's true. But, you know, some of the really hardcore decadent philosophers believed truly and utterly that pleasure was the highest moral good. And with no fucking, you know, little asterisks, ifs, ands, or buts, like, whatever brought you the most pleasure in that moment was the correct thing to do. Even if it was, for some reason, killing someone, stealing something, like, if it brought you pleasure, then that was literally the correct thing to do. Yeah, it's hard not to like them, right? And so, of course, with any movement like that, you get more people critiquing, like, changing, tweaking, like, adding nuance to. I loved the idea of subscribing to something like that, in a purest sense. But I found that I could not. I simply could not allow myself to live like that. I was, even in just the consideration of it, I was racked by guilt and like this idea of like, this is wrong, this is naughty, this is really, really wrong, without knowing why. It's almost like sometimes pleasure just for the sake of pleasure can feel like inappropriate. Like you're doing something that's incorrect. Yeah, it's like a bit of that Catholic guilt. I mean, I was raised, my parents claimed to be religious, though really it was more of a front to appease their parents. My grandparents were deeply religious, and my one living grandma, my last living grandparent, still is. She's Greek Orthodox, and she's about the most devout person I know, with a little tiny, teeny tiny progressive bent, if pushed, you know? But generally, it's the kind of thing where it's like, oh, okay, Granny's a little bit, she's a little bit stuck in her ways kind of thing, right? And so the thing was, we claimed to be religious. We went to church, but it was mostly for show. We went for Easter. We went for Christmas, because that's when the big festivals were on, right? And where you got to see your family and stuff. So it was less about the actual performing of the religious practices and more about the community quatherings and stuff like that. Getting to see your cousins once a year or whatever, or like feeling that sense of awe in participating in these really quite intricate and sometimes very beautiful rituals. Like, this is going to get super niche for a second, guys, so bear with me. In the Greek Orthodox culture, and maybe it's specific to this region, I'm not quite sure, but just, you know, take this very, like, loosely. During Easter, there's like this 3-day kind of church-going celebration that if you're a good kind of, you know, religious devotee, you're meant to partake in. And there's this one night, I can't remember which one it is, it's like the Friday, Saturday, Sunday before Easter, where every single person shows up to church with a kind of really long candle. It's nighttime, by the way, it's like evening. And we do this thing where we walk around the block, and the roads are literally like barricaded off so traffic can't flow through, because I'm telling you, there's fucking thousands of people. Like, that's no exaggeration. There's thousands of people, and the street from like the sidewalk to the road to the other sidewalk is completely filled shoulder to shoulder with people, and it extends all the way down the street. And now I don't know if you guys can picture this, but just imagine thousands of lit candles just floating down the street in pitch black night. It looks divine, you know? I'm not religious. I'm barely spiritual, right? I have a whole thing about that, but like in that moment, there is like pleasure to be extracted from that. There's a visual pleasure. There's like a sensory pleasure, even if, you know, you don't really care for all the bells and whistles, the extras. And I would actually look forward to Easter every year. It's actually coming up again this year. And I would actually be like looking forward to buying the candle and like going to see everyone and stuff, because it's this beautiful, weird, strange, unique relic of something, you know, that's been passed down. And that sense of like everyone's body heat and stuff. Yeah, the community, the tradition, it feels so special in a way. And I felt, I don't know, I felt that sublime feeling where it's like, usually I save that word for its like correct usage about natural disasters and big like kind of landmarks that fill you with awe. But I guess in a way you could consider it a big landmark. We end up becoming like a singular mass essentially, and we snake around the block. It's like a 10-20 minute walk. Yeah, archaic, totally. Yeah, surrounded by a tribe. That's a fantastic way to put it. And yeah, it's like, instead of being like, oh, why is mom dragging me to this thing? I don't even believe in this stuff. Like, ugh, I'd rather be at home, da 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 da. It's like, yeah, you don't have to be religious to have religious experiences. That is a fantastic fucking quote. Alejandro, is it Jodorowsky? Wow. Thank you for that. It's very true. And, you know, it's like, I think that thing we talked about earlier really can pay off here, as in being like open-minded but wise. Like, you don't have to, you can basically pick and choose where you want to put your loyalties. You can be like, well, I want to show up for my friends and family. I want to have a nice time together. It doesn't mean I have to suddenly become like, you know, one of the 12 disciples or whatever. It's like, there is room for flexibility and play, and when you find those sweet spots, I think you're enriched by the both of them. And so yeah, it's that kind of thing, you know. I don't really know where I was going with that, but essentially, yeah, it's like you can find pleasure in places that maybe are unexpected, and maybe there's some of that fucking orthodox guilt in there for me. But I think even in general, and I don't know where this message comes from, but it's got to be somewhere, right? I always found it a little bit confronting or even embarrassing to sometimes admit to either oneself or someone else that you're like endeavoring towards something purely for the pursuit of pleasure and not some other like maybe more noble goal, right? You're not trying to help anyone but yourself, essentially. And sometimes people can be like, what the fuck? Like, okay, that's cool. Maybe it seems a bit immature or something like that. But sometimes those practices can be very, very generative. And, you know, I do think self-care gets depleted when guilt overpowers. That's a very succinct phrase. And of course, you know, like, if you take care of one pillar of your health, whether it's the physical, mental, emotional, etc., often it will give you the strength to then take care of the rest, right? It's like, it can sometimes be too overwhelming to try and focus on fixing your entire life all at once, though for some people, maybe that's the jumpstart that they need. For me, in general, I think starting small is the best way to muster up the courage, quite frankly, to be like, okay, I don't think I have the strength right now to, I don't know, like cook dinner, but let me see if I can walk myself to the fridge. Maybe there's something that I can just snack on, you know? And you make those little compromises with yourself until you feel like you have the strength to give it a little bit more oomph. Like, you know, whether it's your best or some version of your best. It can't be 100% all the time because we aren't machines, but, you know, showing up for yourself can look very differently. It can look like a million different things. Some small, some gigantic, and each one of those things has value, at least in my opinion. And so, yeah, I don't know. These are just things that I'm still working on too. I believe in pleasure as a principle and as a philosophy. I feel like it's so tantalizing and very juicy. And yet I always find this internal blockage where I'm just like, wow, Emmy, you're so selfish. I can't believe you would just do something purely for your own pleasure and nobody else's, or like that it's not even a consideration. It feels like wrong, you know? Even in like the sanctity and solemnity of my own home, like without anyone ever knowing the wiser. Like, for example, if I decide to, I don't know, maybe sleep in instead of vacuum the floor, or have a sweet treat instead of like a healthy meal that I kind of, you know, had previously said that I was going to eat. It's like those things, it's like no one's around, and yet still, wherever you go, there you are. Yes, even machines need maintenance. It's absolutely true. And Adam, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you have a marvelous rest. Like, since you're saying goodnight, and that you have sweet dreams. You say that you're not spiritual, but you seem to be tapping into it all the time. That's a very nice thing to say. Thank you. I have so much respect for spirituality in general, the spiritual practices, and kind of what it can do and mean for people. But I feel like such a noob, like a beginner, that I try to err on the side of caution, because I recognize that I've got a long way to go. Still, I think everyone's lives could benefit from like a touch, like a little sprinkle of it. You know, seasoned to taste. Some people can tolerate a little bit more. Some people feel like that they're just like diving into the world of Harry Potter and it doesn't feel real to them. But sometimes, like you guys were saying before, sometimes you have to see it to believe it, or sometimes just feel it, really. And we get closer when we start tuning in, whether that's through practices that, you know, give us that singular joy, like of our soul's purpose kind of thing, or like whether it's fucking recreational drugs, whatever you want to like do. It's the kind of thing where you find that thing that resonates and see if you can like tease it out a little bit. Yes, it's very much like the Salt Bay meme. Exactly. You're just kind of like, you know, and it's something that I can't wait to see like evolve in my own life, because I think it's a very beautiful like discipline, if you want to call it that. I'm not quite sure. But there was a message here that I wanted to read. Don't worry, I'm not ignoring you. The one thing about religious/spiritual traditions that always strikes me, the stories they tell, and often those that appear in the cultures that would seemingly have no contact, could be on the surface more mundane, but used as a greater explanation and understanding of events as they occur. Yeah, right. That is so true. Use the example here of the flood story. Many seemingly disconnected cultures have one. It could be an interpretation of the retreat of the ice caps from the last major ice age. It's very, very interesting, right? And it's kind of like these parables that we tell ourselves and each other as kind of like it's functioning as a meta text at times as well. Like it's kind of like you're telling one story, but you're also telling a deeper story about these like generational kinds of knowledge and stuff like that. Now I'm heading into territory that I don't know enough about, so I proceed with caution. But it's like, especially when it comes to a fucking fascinating topic that, again, I don't know too much about, but I just have, like, I just love it so much. Here in Australia, the First Nations people, so like, you know, the people that were here first on Australia before it was kind of colonized, they have these stories about the creation of the world, the creation of the countries and stuff, called the Dreamtime stories. And they're often like reimagined stories of things that sometimes we already know. Yes, you may know them as Aboriginal Australians. When I was in university, I was taught to use the term First Nations, but I know there's like a whole, like there's a wide slew of different terms you can use. I don't ever like bat an eye or judge someone when they use the word that they essentially were taught in school, because it's like, you know, it's this ever-changing, ever-evolving thing. I actually, for my thesis, and by the way, let me put some lip gloss on while I talk. My favorite lip gloss. It's actually discontinued now. I when I was in university doing my thesis, I had a First Nation supervisor, and she taught me some of the words from her specific dialect, which I believe the Wurundjeri culture. So like she taught me how to say like hello, goodbye, thank you, and I always felt just well, I don't know, I felt so honored to be like kind of trusted with that and like to kind of be accepted into the fray. I tried to use it when I could, and even started saying it to people that weren't like First Nations. I'd be like, oh, what does that mean? And then I got to kind of, share the love, with permission, of course. I specifically remember I sent this email once where I asked my supervisor, is it okay if I use the words that you've been sending to me in your emails as well? And she was like, of course, that's why I've been sending them to you. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm actually so silly sometimes. And so I love the Dreamtime stories. They are crazy, funky, weird. They're not trying at all to be based in, what's the word? Based in, I guess, the mortal plane, if that makes sense. Like stories about how like mountains were formed, and it's like these giant creatures that like were sleeping and then they got woken up, etc., etc. There was one that I remember that I really liked. It was like about a snake, but I can't remember all the details and I don't want to butcher it. Basically like taking these really interesting, fun hypotheticals and saying like kind of, oh, what if? Or like, how did the sun get there? And like telling the story through kind of parables and analogies to some of the wildlife here in Australia. Very fascinating stuff. And I often think about that supervisor. I haven't spoken to her in a very long time. I was kind of intimidated by her as well. Because here's the thing, like I was saying. Thank you for that, Redeem, by the way. I love putting on lip gloss, weirdly enough. I did my thesis during the basically entire duration of the kind of Australian, specifically Victorian lockdowns, which some of you guys may know. I live in the place where the lockdowns were the absolute longest in the entire world. We couldn't leave our houses except for 3 things: groceries, school/work, or like extenuating circumstances, like seeing an intimate partner, etc., etc. Other than that, there were people out there that would check. They would flag you down. They would ask you, do you have a pass, right? And so it's like you had to have a thing printed out in your car if you were going to work. Otherwise, you had to stay home. And because the option was given to do schooling online, especially for university, that we didn't really have a choice, because the school/work thing was only if you had to go in. If you could work from home, that was the first preference. And so I did my entire thesis in my room, essentially, without stepping foot on campus at all, without ever meeting my supervisor face to face. We talked over FaceTime like every 2 weeks or so. She would ask me how I was doing and I'd lie through my teeth. No, it was like, it was this thing where she would really like, by the end of it, be dragging me across the finish line. Honestly, by my hair. Like, she was so good at what she did. I'd send her like my scrappy drafts, and I called her laser eyes, because she would just find the thing that I was struggling with, instantly recognize what was wrong, and just fix it perfectly. Yeah, she fucking dragged me, and she was always so gracious about it. Like, she never was like, Emmy, what is this shit that you're writing? Like, come on, you can do better. She would point out what was good, what could use punching up, and yeah, she was just the consummate professional, basically. And so I was intimidated by that. I was like, fuck me. Like, when you're in a creative writing class, for example, which is what I had been in for the past 3 years, you kind of start feeling yourself, right? Like, you kind of start thinking, oh yeah, I've got a grasp on this whole English language thing. You start reading your peers' work and comparing yourself, whether or not it's better or worse. But by the time you get to something like a thesis, I was writing a 15,000 word, basically essay. You're really fucking humbled. Like, you're basically back to square one. And having someone look at my work and change it in ways that were obviously so much better. It was like maybe even a little bit of an ego like thing, or I was just like, oh shit, I just realized how much further I have to go, essentially. And yeah, she was so good at what she did. I believe she's probably still teaching now. I don't see why she wouldn't be. But I really did want to meet her at least once in person. I had this whole thing. I was like, I was going to buy flowers and chocolates and stuff because that's kind of like what you do to show your appreciation after a really long, especially one as arduous and weird as that whole pandemic thing. Like when you do a thesis like that. But the thing is, she doesn't live here. She actually was going between like the state that I live here in, and then she would like go back to her like home state essentially. And after, it was fine when we were FaceTiming, but after that, when the like restrictions were lifted, she'd left already, and so I never got to actually see her in person. And you know, our relationship kind of wrapped up as the thesis did, but I still remember those phrases. The way to say thank you is mandang guru. I can write it out if you want, like this. There's a few different like variations in the spelling, but mandang. This is how I remember spelling it. Guru? Yeah. That was how you said thank you. And I used to sign off my emails like thank you, Emily. And I don't know, I felt so I got such a thrill out of it. I can't really do that anymore. People would be like, what the fuck are you doing? But I remember those times very fondly, and I didn't even like, my thesis wasn't necessarily even about that. I was writing about poetry from specific like genres, specific people, and that wasn't necessarily something that was part of the thesis, but I kind of had this extra layer of, I don't know, like being welcomed, that gave me like a bit of a pep, like a confidence boost. I felt the validation of my supervisor, and for someone that I found to be so competent and so good, for them to be like, oh yeah, like to share themselves and their culture so freely, I was like, it's a very uplifting vote of confidence. And so yeah, freaking weird fun times. I hated it, but I loved it. I avoided it, but I also poured my entire soul into it. There were times when I would put it off for like fucking 13 days until I had to meet with my supervisor the next day, and then just write out like fucking 2,000 words in a single sitting. And so, yeah, I do not recommend that. Wow, that means Mandangu in Chinese means full encouragement? That is so beautiful. I actually was not expecting that, because it seems like such a specific set of like sounds, but there you go. It's honestly like, it kind of parallels too. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, I had a weird experience, and I did not handle it as best as I probably could have, because, well, I was kind of a little shit, and also like being at home, I was weak, you know? The mind was willing to an extent, but the flesh was weak. I was sitting in front of my computer all day, alone, like unsupervised, and the choice was, okay, write this essay that you don't really know what you're doing for, or play games, like all day, watch YouTube, do anything but the thing you're meant to be doing. And that temptation, it was biblical. I was like, fuck. I also kind of used it as a way to just like disappear, to not think, just lose myself in mindless like indulgence. I realized while I was doing it that it was a like bad thing to be doing. I was like, Emmy, you need to be doing your work. But that almost made me want to do it even more, right? Because I found that, you know, I was basically trying to avoid thinking about the thing that was causing me immense amounts of stress. So, yeah, again, do not use this as a to-do list. This is a what not to do list. And I feel I feel like if I were doing that, if I were writing a thesis again, uh, in the present day, well, I wouldn't be. That's kind of what I figured out. I was like, I was about to do my PhD, and then I was like, nah, fuck that. I am scarred for life. I loved it, but I couldn't go back. And so my brother is now doing his PhD in Italian studies, which seems so like niche, right? We're not even Italian. For anyone wondering, like, Sazin, by the way, welcome. I hope that's how you pronounce that. I'm half Greek, half Egyptian, 100% Aussie. And yeah, I'd been telling everyone, you know, after my honors degree, I'm going to do my PhD. I'm going to be like a doctor in poetry. And, you know, my parents were like, wow, they were so supportive, which again is another luxury. They were like, we're going to have a, a tertiary educated person in our family. Because, like, you know, prior to, I guess, me going off to university, because I'm the eldest in my family, um, the highest level of education that my entire family had was high school. So graduating high school, right? And so they were like, "Oh, we're so excited to have a, you know, fucking a doctor in the family." Even though it's, you know, it's a little bit different, but still. And so I, of course, I didn't want to, like, you know, disappoint people by saying, actually, I'm not doing that anymore. Um, but as soon as my thesis was done, I was like, fuck, I need at least a year break. And that year turned into two, turned into three. When did I graduate? Fuck. It's probably been 3 or 4 years now. And I keep saying that I could maybe go back to the people that really want me to, but I don't know. Like, what would I go back for? What would I talk about? I mean, I've basically been sharing my degree with you guys now for a year, and I think I prefer it that way because maybe I don't trust myself. I'd probably just go back to playing Minecraft all day. Um, I think a poet laureate is someone that wins an award, if I'm not mistaken. But I would have been, yeah, a doctor of poetry, a doctor of philosophy slash poetry, and yeah, it was like this beautiful idea, right? Of course, who wouldn't want to be like decorated in that way? It's a very prestigious title, and you know, it's validating. However, meaningless, you know, the scrap of paper ends up being. Still, even knowing all of like people's expectations, at least in my family, the ego stroke that it would be and everything, I was like, I can't do it. I'm very sorry. I can't do it. And yeah, I'm wishing my brother the best because he's only just recently started. He'll be in his program for like 3 or 4 years, I believe. And I just was like, man, if you need anything, I'll do my best. You know, even if you just need a shoulder to cry on, because I know the feeling. When he was doing his honors, yeah, he did honors as well. There was some rough fucking nights. Like, oh my god, it's crazy because it doesn't feel like it should be that high stakes. But when you're in the thick of it and you're like, you have to write like a 10,000 word essay on something that you don't even understand yourself, you're like, I'm fucked, you know? And so he chose Italian because he studied it in high school and then he kept studying it in university. And it's funny because literally our family, like, we're not Italian. And in fact, both sides of the family had been pestering us kids to either pick up like Greek outside of school or Arabic, like Egyptian Arabic, because, you know, obviously connecting with your heritage, being able to speak with the grandparents. And so my brother, he did something that was a little bit like rebellious essentially and was like, no, I'm going to do Italian. And the whole family was like, what the fuck? Like, what are we going to be able to do with that, right? And so I know why he did it. He had like 6 years from high school under his belt. Why not like keep the party going essentially and roll it forward? He also really likes languages, and I have this joke with him specifically because I do believe he has a genuinely photographic memory, but I say that he has a photogenic memory, and I can't remember why I started saying it that way, but now I can't say it the right way, like when I'm talking to him about it. And so I think that's maybe why he's very good at languages in general, he's essentially a polyglot, which is someone that can speak a lot of languages at once. And so he did eventually end up learning a little bit of Arabic to my, dad's great like happiness. Never picked up Greek, which was funny. And also he started learning like Spanish and Portuguese, I believe. Because, when it comes to Romance languages or the Latinate languages, there's a lot of overlap there. And so, yeah, he knows like a lot of, he sometimes just starts talking to people, like, because he works in retail right now while he's studying. It's crazy. And there's a lot of cultures that come in, obviously. And so he'll hear them talking in like their native language. And sometimes he'll just join in and they'll be like, oh, and they just like, they're usually pleasantly surprised. But yeah, he rebelled against the Greeks. He learned Italian, Arabic, Portuguese, Spanish, and I'm pretty sure even some other ones just for fun. Like he's a menace on that Duolingo. I know Duo hates to see my brother coming, and so it was like, my mom was like, "Okay, I see how it is. Like it's personal now, huh?" But honestly, I don't blame him, and I don't think it's done out of meanness. But if you look at the alphabets for each of these languages, you look at Greek, and it's like all fucking gibberish. It's like new. It's like, what does this do? It's like scribbles, and then the Roman languages, you're kind of already familiar with them. They're often like pronounced how they're written, and so it's like it seemed like the correct logical order of things, right? But it was just the irony of him literally, yeah, like learning every single language besides the one that my whole family was like telling him to learn. And I kind of think that's iconic. But yeah, it's very funny. And I feel so ashamed because I did study the same amount of Italian in high school. It's all fucking gone. I also studied French and German in university. French for a little bit less because I realized I couldn't deal with the number system. Like when you say 60 and it's like 40 and 20 and it's like, why? Anyway, I studied German for like maybe 2.5 years. Don't quote me on that, but somewhere around there. And I got pretty good at it too. I still remember bits and pieces of it, but usually if I hear someone speaking it, I can understand it more than I can reply with. And so the fact that he's been able to retain all these languages is impressive to me because, yeah, for me, fuck, one in one ear out the other. And so, yeah, I think whenever he's done with his PhD, it's gonna be wonderful, and he'll be the first doctor in the family, So whenever he's on a plane and someone has a cardiac event, they'll be like, "Is there a doctor on this plane?" And he can stand up and be like, "I am," and disappoint everyone immediately as he says, "Of Italian studies." And they're all like, "Get the fuck out of here. We're chucking you off this plane that's in the air." And so, anyway, I'm very happy for him. I'm absolutely going to cry whenever they do their like fucking ending ceremony. It's actually funny because when I was doing my thesis, it was like I said, during the COVID times, the restrictions were on, you couldn't leave the house. I didn't actually get to graduate. Like I didn't get the whole cap and gown experience because we couldn't leave the house, right? So they did an online graduation. And I joked at the time, I was like, "Oh, press spacebar to throw your cap in the air." It wasn't like that. It was kind of just like a video and like a live stream or something like that, right? But I was like, no. Like, it felt insulting to me to settle for anything less than the real thing. So I was just like, I'm not going to watch it. And I didn't. And so I technically haven't really graduated. I've got my certificates and everything. I don't know where I've put them, to be honest, but they're somewhere here. And I technically do have an honors degree in creative writing, but I didn't get my gown. I didn't get my cap. I also later learned that they make you pay for those. I was like, damn, okay. Literally for like 10 minutes. They charge you like a couple $100 or something. Anyway, maybe that was a blessing in disguise, But yeah, my brother, he's going to have the privilege of actually getting to graduate for real, in real life with a real gown. And hopefully maybe I'll get to live a little bit vicariously through him too. So, but yeah, very, very interesting. And yeah, it's funny because I totally get what you're saying, Mumbo. It's like having social anxiety, maybe the thought of graduating online would be like a good thing, right? But for me, it was the one fucking thing that I would have loved to do in person, like for real. This culmination of all your hard work, actually getting to see the faces of the people and, like, you know, the supervisors that had been guiding you all year long. And so it was kind of sad, but you know, what could you really do about it? The fact that, yeah, spacebar to graduate. It was like so weird and dystopian. Um, and that entire year where like we had the restrictions, because I think most countries they weren't as severe. Like, you know, maybe here and there lockdowns, etc. But for us, it was rounding down. It was probably a year. It was maybe a little bit even longer than that. Um, it was a year of straight purgatory. Like even the homebodies, which I would describe myself as more of a homebody than not. Like we're starting to get cabin fever. Because especially if you had, you know, a big family, if you had a small space, annoying neighbors, not being able to leave the house, it felt like a punishment. And I'm not surprised by the people that were growing increasingly kind of like irritable and like angry at some unknown entity or just like the government in general. I could understand the reasoning for the lockdowns, but I could also understand the absolute torment, you know? Um, and so I found myself, and this is such a silly little thing, but it ended up being quite a common experience, funnily enough, during that time, living at the time with my entire family. So before we'd all moved out and gone our separate ways, before my sister moved halfway across the world, in my eyes, she really just moved across the country. So myself, my brother, my sister, and my parents were all living in that one house. We all developed a different sleep schedule, almost as if we were trying to find some little sliver of time that we just had to ourselves, like a time where we'd be awake and everyone else would be asleep. And mine, unsurprisingly, was like kind of at this time. For me, it's like midnight. It's 13 minutes past midnight, and so in the late evening to like early next morning, I would be the one that was awake and everyone else would be sleeping. For my parents, they were more kind of like in the daytime. And yeah, it was very funny because it was almost like clockwork. And it was, I think, born out of this necessity to just have your own little like sanctuary, your own little bit of peace and quiet. When normally you might get that from being able to leave the house or, you know, go for a drive in your car. You couldn't do that. And so what we had to resort to was like, yeah, literally and figuratively kind of quarantining and creating these new domes of privacy. Of course, we still had lots of family time together and stuff. And the blessing that it is to be so close, like literally next door neighbors, or even closer to your siblings, like that's a blessing, you know. But yeah, the time shifting was so real, and we also got on each other's nerves quite a bit. And it wasn't because we had actual genuine gripes with each other. It was literally just cabin fever and different lifestyles not really flourishing under the rules that we had to live by. For example, you guys know my eternal struggle with insomnia. That's been ever present, even back then. And so I'm a very light sleeper, and I'm a very, like, difficult to get to sleep sleeper. And so whenever I did get to sleep, it was like, holy shit, we've hit the jackpot. And as soon as anything messed that up, like I'd be annoyed, you know? And my sister, who would be next door, sometimes she'd be awake while I'd be trying to sleep. She'd be like on like her computer playing games with her friends, the headset on, she'd be talking as loud as possible. My brother and I used to say that she had a megaphone in her mouth because she just somehow could talk so loudly that we heard her through the walls. And we got into so many arguments because I would already be finding it difficult to sleep. But in the moments that I finally got some shut-eye, to be awoken by someone like yelling out like, "Go cover me, cover me!" It's like, it's enough to inspire like some fucking, you know, some villainous shit. And so we had like little petty arguments over stuff like that. Even my brother and I, we would just argue over things that normally we wouldn't argue over. It was tense at times. And so Now that doesn't happen. Obviously, we all live in different houses. We all like when we do get together, it's intentional and a lot less, fucking aggressive, I guess. But yeah, at that time, you couldn't really run away from it. You couldn't do anything except just eat it, essentially. And I was sleeping even worse back then than I am now. Or actually, maybe even the same at times, because I was staying up late, writing a lot, because I didn't do it in the morning when I probably should have. But anyway, yeah, weird, weird fucking time. And talking with friends, realizing that those stories were very common, like the time shifting, the arguments, people starting to volunteer to be the one to go to the grocery store when usually it would be like a chore, like, oh, I don't want to go and get the eggs this time. But then during that little slice of being forced at home, it's like, oh, I'll get the eggs, I'll go. And yeah, how it just seemed to change people's priorities, right? For me, I've talked about this before, so just a very general overview. For a part of that lockdown, I actually did have a job that was deemed an essential work, meaning I couldn't actually do it from home. I had to go in. I had to drive there. I had to be present because I was manning the counter. You can't really man the counter from like home though. That would be kind of cool. And so I had a little like paper kind of certificate thing that I would keep in my car because they would pull you over. They would see you on the road, like the singular car on the road. It would be very obvious, and they'd be like, "Do you have a reason for being out?" If you didn't, you get a fine. And so hand over your thing. They'd be like, "Oh, you're going there? That's cool." And I spend 8 or 9 hours at a time standing behind a cash register, waiting on no customers. Because although I was an essential worker, the business itself wasn't necessarily all that essential. They skirted by on a technicality for the most part because they were a cafe slash grocery store, but more of a cafe, which, the cafes were shut down. The grocery stores were allowed to remain open. And when I say grocery store, this place had like 5 skinny fridges. And the rest of it was purely cafe stuff that didn't need tending to at all. And so I had many shifts where I would not get a single customer come in. And, I was meant to be like making coffees, serving hot food. I still had to do that. Like I still had to put out hot food just in case. But at the end of the day, there'd be almost 100% wastage and I'd have to figure out what to do with it. I ended up taking home a lot of that stuff and also giving it out to like friends and family. And so, yeah, it was a very weird time. And it's why I say that that's never going to fucking happen again. That particular set of circumstances is never going to fucking happen ever again. Hopefully as well. Like that there's no pandemic, that there's no lockdown, that there's no kind of, like a series of unfortunate events that leads to that same thing. But as much as it like was stressful and annoying at times and like, I had gripes that, I've discussed here before. I really was able to, for the most part, do what I wanted. I was doing my schoolwork. I was looking at the stock market. I was flirting with people online or like my one coworker that was upstairs. And yeah, like my manager was chill. The owners were not. My manager was like, "Oh yeah, just go on your phone." Like she literally could not give a single fuck. It was funny because she was at the other store. So she basically gave me the green light to do whatever the fuck I wanted. And when the owners would come down, that's when the trouble would start. They would start to be a little bit tyrannical. And I tried to like, just be, to play nice, to be as graceful as I could. And then as soon as they left, I would just go back to doing what my manager said, essentially. But yeah, it's weird because I was like getting paid to stand there, and then I was also getting paid for my stocks, and then I was also getting paid because I had like a side hustle going on, and it was like this weird time of abundance in a time like where I felt like I was doing the least amount of work ever. And it's weird how that happens, right? Because there have been other times in my life where I felt like I've been working my ass off and without having much at all to show for it. And so it seems a bit like you know, that saying, you make plans, God laughs. And no matter what you're in for, like, no matter what you're expecting, sometimes you can't know what you're going to be in for. And yeah, even today, like with the garage flooding, we're in Rose. Welcome in, by the way. You just have to, like, yeah, try to make the most of those green lights, essentially. And something that I saw in the book that really resonated with me was how, like, sometimes red lights, or like most of the time actually, red lights will turn green. You know, sometimes it takes a while, but they do. And you might not realize it at the time, but a particularly shitty event could end up being somehow inadvertently helpful or reaffirming, or just like the kick up the ass you need to, like, get your shit together. And that's honestly, it's comforting to me. It's helpful to me, because you don't have to negate the real emotional distress of whatever bad event has happened, but there's still, like, a touch of hopefulness there, and a touch of like, goodness there, that can stop you from, like, just completely jumping off into the pit of despair and never emerging. You know what I mean? And so for me, I'm going to take that idea of those green lights, and I'll carry it with me. Not literally, maybe sometimes. But the ideas, I think, are insightful and novel and widely applicable, like, to most people. Like, you know, you don't have to be a master guru to kind of get the vibe of it, essentially. And so, yeah, it was a pretty easy read. I read it in one sitting, like I said. And so maybe now I can read you some excerpts, since, holy fuck, we've already been talking for 3 hours. But first, before I forget, we'll do affirmations, because I know you guys will get on me. Will get on my ass if I don't read them out, like that one time, the stream that I will never live down. Let's see. Oh, that's good shit. Okay. For any of our new friends, this is a tradition here that we like to do once per stream. It's usually a little bit earlier in the whole show, but we've been vibing so good that, you know, here we are. And it's essentially a little magic spell, like a pick-me-up that you can use whenever you need. And I didn't come up with these. It's by the lovely Amy Walker, the Amy Lovely Walker, and she can be found right here. Affirmations, is this right? At that link, should you feel so inclined to get the juice from the source type beat. Still, I do my best in like, conveying the spirit of her performance. And so without further ado, it's my pleasure to tell you, yes. Yes, you are. You are ready. You are equipped. You are connected. You are unique. You are gorgeous. You are loved, and my personal favorite, you are alive. So thank you very, very much for being here in this stream, listening to me rant and ramble, but way more importantly than that, thank you for being here on this earth in general. I know it's not always easy. We've been talking about that whole idea today, but it is always, always important, and I really do believe that we can make life good for one another in small ways, in big ways, and to me, like, just that pure knowledge is worth fighting for, you know? In my bio, it says something like, it's worth a shot, a lot of shots actually, as many as it takes. And so, here we are, about to do some light reading. I've picked out some of my favorite excerpts, and I welcome in from this book. There were a lot actually, but I only decided to mark the pages that really kind of took my breath away. And so I was quite cutthroat. Still, there are a few here, and I know some of the dog earring page, like, purists will be like, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. But to me, I like a book with character, one that's been like loved on, worn in, and just like, you know, there's proof of kind of your dialogue with it, essentially. And so for me, I would never do it to a borrowed book, like a friend's book or like a library book, unless I stole it. But with my own, you expect to see a lot worse than that, actually. Sometimes I like highlight and underline with pencil. This is in no particular order. This is maybe the first one, is it? Or is it this one? Okay, this is the first one. And it's kind of long. It's this dark page here. I think it's just like a musing that Matthew McConaughey had written down at some point. And now, lucky us, we're getting to read it. So, the title is, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to see the light here. A roof is a man-made thing. January 3rd, 1993. NFL playoffs. Houston Oilers versus Buffalo Bills. Oilers up 28-3 at halftime. 35-3 early in the third. Frank Reich and the Bills come back to win 41-38 in overtime for one of the greatest comebacks in NFL history. Yeah, the Bills won, but they didn't really beat the Oilers. The Oilers lost their game. They beat themselves. Why? Because at halftime, they put a ceiling, a roof, a limit on their belief in themselves, aka the prevent defense. That might be a football term that I don't know. Maybe they started thinking about the next opponent at halftime, played on their heels, lost their mental edge the entire second half, and voila, they lost. In a mere 2 quarters, defensive coordinator Jim Eddy went from being called defensive coordinator of the year and the man first in line to be a head coach next year to a man without a job in the NFL or even college football the next year. You ever choked? You know what I mean. Fumbled at the goal line, stuck your foot in your mouth when you were trying to ask that girl on a date, had a brain freeze on the final exam you were totally prepared for, lipped out a 3-foot putt to win the golf tournament, or been paralyzed by the feeling of, oh my God, life can't get any better. Do I really deserve this? I have. What happens when we get that feeling? We clench up, get short of breath, self-conscious. We have an out-of-body experience where we observe ourselves in the third person, no longer present, now not doing well what we are there to do. We become voyeurs of our moment because we let it become bigger than us. And in doing so, we just became less involved in it and more impressed with it. Why does this happen? It happens because when we mentally give a person, place, or point in time more credit than ourselves, we then create a fictitious ceiling, a restriction over the expectations we have of our own performance in that moment, like the elephant on a stake thing from before. We get tense, we focus on the outcome instead of the activity, and we miss the doing of the deed. We either think the world depends on the result, or it's too good to be true. But it doesn't, and it isn't, and it's not our right to believe it does or is. Don't create imaginary constraints. A leading role, a blue ribbon, a winning score, a great idea, the love of our life, euphoric bliss. Who are we to think we don't deserve these fortunes when they are in our grasp? Who are we to think we haven't earned them? If we stay in process within ourselves, in the joy of the doing, we will never choke at the finish line. Why? Because we aren't thinking of the finish line. We're not looking at the clock. We're not watching ourselves on the Jumbotron performing. We are performing in real time, where the approach is the destination, and there is no goal line because we are never finished. When Bo Jackson scored, he ran over the goal line, through the end zone, and up the tunnel. The greatest snipers and marksmen in the world don't aim at the target, they aim on the other side of it. When we truly latch onto the fact that we are going to die at some point in time, we have more presence in this one. Reach beyond your grasp, have immortal finish lines, and turn your red lights green, because a roof is a man-made thing. Now, it isn't just that the most Matthew McConaughey thing you've ever heard. It's so true, right? A roof is a man-made thing. And even as someone who doesn't really know about sports, American sports in particular, I totally got where he was coming from. And that idea of choking up right at the most important part. I mean, on Twitch, holy shit, that's literally like the most relatable thing ever. We start to come out of the moment in impressiveness of that moment without realizing that, hey, the thing that's making this moment good is you not caring about it, you know? Nonchalant kind of thing. There was a poem actually that I liked as well, but it's kind of written in a way that you need to see it. And so maybe I'll take a photo and post it on the Discord after this stream. It's called The Grifter, and it was a really raw insight into Matthew's mental headspace at the time, where he felt like he didn't, like he didn't feel like he deserved any of his success. He felt like a fake, a fraud, etc., etc. And it was a kind of thing where this poem was like kind of very in your face in a way. And yeah, I will post it to the Discord if anyone's curious after. But the one I'll read actually is another kind of longish one there called Turn the Page. And if you didn't vibe with the first one, maybe this one will suit your taste more. Because I do agree. Roofs can be helpful. They can be a sense of stability, a sense of like, you know, protection, essentially. So I think the part, especially in this book, that Matthew tries to say is to take what's applicable and, you know, discard the rest or leave it for someone else to pick up, because circumstances differ and what works for one person might not work at all for someone else. So see if this is more your speed. It's called Turn the Page. Another football kind of thing. The late and great University of Texas football coach Darrell Royal was a friend of mine and a good friend to many. A lot of people looked up to him. One was a musician whom I'll call Larry. Larry was in the prime of his country music career, had #1 hits, and his life was rollin'. He had picked up a habit of snorting the white stuff somewhere along the line, and at one particular party, after a bathroom break, Larry strode up to his mentor, Darrell, and started telling Coach a story. Coach listened as always, and when Larry finished his story and was about to walk away, Coach Royal put a gentle hand on his shoulder and discreetly said, "Larry, you've got something on your nose there, bud." Larry immediately hurried to the bathroom mirror where he saw some white powder he hadn't cleaned off. He was ashamed, embarrassed, partly because he felt so disrespectful to Coach Royal, but mainly because he'd obviously gotten too comfortable with the drug to even hide it as well as he should. Well, the next day Larry went to Coach's house and rang the doorbell. Coach answered and Larry said, "Coach, I need to talk to you." Darrell welcomed him in. Larry confessed. He purged his sins to Coach. He told him how embarrassed he was and how he'd lost his way in the midst of all the fame and fortune. Toward the end of an hour, Larry, now in tears, asked Coach, "What do you think I should do?" Now Coach, being a man of few words, said simply, "Larry, I have never had any trouble turning the page in the book of my life." Larry got sober that day, and he has been for the last 46 years. Great leaders are not always in front. They also know who to follow. You ever get in a rut, stuck on the merry-go-round of a bad habit? I have. We're going to make mistakes, own them, make amends, and move on. Guilt and regret kill many a man before their time. Get off the ride. You are the author of the book of your life. Turn the page. I mean, what can I say? What can I say? Was there any other parts that I dog-eared? In particular, I thought those would be like the most maybe helpful or interesting. There were so many cool moments in here though, like a part where feeling kind of overwhelmed and like lost, Matthew goes to like this monk, like this monastery kind of thing, and kind of confesses all of his like doubts and worries to this guy who like listens for an entire day without responding until right at the end, where he simply just responds with "me too," and then Matthew like breaks down in tears because sometimes you just need someone to relate to you, to feel a little bit less alone or like a little less alien almost. And it didn't matter. He'd been talking about all this stuff that he'd been doing, and I'm pretty sure the monk maybe hadn't done some of that stuff, but he was talking to a deeper kind of me too, a bit like I know how you feel or how it might feel to be in that situation, and I'm telling you that it's okay. He said all of that with 2 words. It's kind of crazy, right? And so, yeah, there's a lot of wisdom in this book, and I think also like a lot of honesty, like that you might not expect. We were talking earlier at the start of the stream about how he talks about his wet dreams and all that stuff, and it's like, damn, it's really, really comfortable kind of thing. But it actually does serve, funnily enough, a genuine purpose, not only in the story, but in like, in this story, in the story of Matthew's life. I gotta find the part with Camilla, maybe? Or even the part with the monk. Forgive me, guys. Oh yeah, here it is. This is how he writes about his wife, now wife Camilla. It's so tender and sweet and heartfelt that literally it's hard not to fall in love with her too as you get to see her through his eyes. So we're just like jumping right into kind of like the middle of a story. And this is from the perspective of Matthew, so the I perspective. It was July 2005, and I was holding court at the head of the table at the Hyde Club on Sunset Boulevard, hand-making the best margaritas on the planet when I saw her. A thin, soft, silk turquoise dress draped over caramel-colored shoulders, floating right to left across the hazy, low-lit neon room. She wasn't delivering anything. She wasn't leaving anywhere. She was defying gravity in the direction she wanted to go, and I wanted to be where she was headed. Her head had no bob. Were her feet even touching the ground? I couldn't be sure. Like I said, the room was low-lit and hazy. She made an impression and a definition. Naughty and fundamental, young with a past, homegrown and worldly, innocent and cunning, springtime and salty, a squaw and a queen. She was no virgin, but she wasn't for rent, a mother-to-be. She wasn't selling nothing, didn't need to. She knew what she was, who she was, and she owned it. Her own element and natural law, a proper noun, inevitable. What is that? I said to myself as I rose from my seat, her gravity pulling me. I locked in as she settled on a red velvet chaise lounge next to 2 other women. Unable to catch her eye, I raised my right arm and began to wave, trying to get her attention, when I heard a voice in my left ear. This is not the type of woman you wave over from across the bar, son. Get your ass up, young man, and go introduce yourself. It was my mum's voice. Time to get relative. I walked over to the long chair where this woman was mid-conversation. She looked up. Hi, I'm Matthew, I said, as I extended my hand for an honorable shake. I could tell she recognized me, but she remained seated, again, not for sale, or easily impressed. Camilla, she replied, as she extended her right arm up and gave an assured yet casual handshake. I caught my breath. Would you and your 2 friends like to come over to our table? I'll make you a great margarita. She glanced at her friends. Excuse me, she said, and then stood up alone and let me escort her over. Even though she left her friends, I could immediately tell that there was no chance she would have come to the table unless I had done the gentlemanly thing and invited them over as well. I mixed the best margarita I've ever made. I spoke Spanish better than I'd ever spoken it before. She spoke Portuguese. I've never understood Portuguese as well as I did that night, and I haven't since. The rhythms of the Latin languages seemed to fit the meter. 20 minutes had passed as we huddled mouth to ear at the end of the table, having our first conversation, when McConaughey, cars out front, let's roll. My body screamed over the music. It was closing time, 2 a.m. Give me 5 minutes, I said, holding an open palm in front of his face without averting my gaze from hers. You want to come to my place for a drink? I asked her. Me and the boys are going there for a nightcap. No, thanks, not tonight. Thanks, though, she kindly said. Shit. I walked her to her car, which, to her surprise, was not where she had parked it. It was right here, she said, standing in the vacant parking lot at the gas station next to the club. You looking for a white aviator? The gas station attendant who overheard us asked. Yes, I am. That got towed. This spot is for the gas station only, he said. Come on, one drink at my house, I said. Then I'll have the chauffeur take you home. Okay, sure, she said at last. We loaded the waiting SUV. My two buddies moved to the third row. That's the end. And then it continues on. But just that initial description. I assure you it's not a rerun, but, you know, if you guys fall asleep, I consider that a compliment. He talks about her with such, like, a delicacy, reverence, and, you know, he's obviously attracted, but he's respectful. He did the gentlemanly thing, like you said, and, yeah, he just, like, literally, it's kind of like love at first sight, and I guess, you know, they've been together ever since. So, it was really fascinating, and especially coming from someone like Matthew, who's, like, you know, very slick, very smooth talking, a little bit macho. You might not expect the depth of tenderness, or at least I didn't. And I think I was very quickly proven wrong. And that's kind of like, I don't know. I do like when people surprise me. I really like contrast. And so, for example, if you see, like, you know, a big, tall, strong, tough guy who's got a really sweet, like, interior, like, heart of gold type of thing, and, you know, or when you see, like, kind of really, what's the word? Like, chaste and sweet looking people with a more rough, more punk rock interior. It's like, it's nice, right? Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise. And I think that's what I got the more I read. You could start to see some of the shades of 50 Shades, no. You could start to see the different, like, sides of Matthew unfold, and it's nice, essentially. Yeah, poet in the streets, punk rock in the sheets, that's exactly right. And I realized that I'd been too, maybe not judgmental, but overly stereotypical. Maybe that's the same thing. But from not seeing much of his stuff or, like, looking at his interviews, I kind of expected him to be, yeah, less open or something like that, but was proven pleasantly wrong. And yeah, it really comes out when he talks about his wife and his family. Oh, there's this part about his daughter which is so good. I have to read it to you guys. Let me see if I can find it real quick. And Johnny, thank you for stopping by. See you next time, maybe. I hope I can find this. Yeah, stereotypical. It's very 80s. I agree. We've got surround sound now. Fuck. I gotta find this passage. It's so sweet. I should have prepared earlier. Oh, there's another part where Matthew is talking with Camilla again. He asks, "What would I have to do to lose you?" As I said these words, I turned to look at her out of the corner of my eyes, the drink in her right hand already halfway to her mouth as she was moving to take a sip of it. How graceful her hand moved, never hitching, never hesitating, just fluently gliding as if it would have, if a question like that had never been asked. The drink reached her lips, and she took a nice, easy sip, her eyes staying with the sunset. Then she took a relaxed, satisfied swallow and slowly lowered the glass back down to its wet ring resting place on the wooden arm of her chair. So you can see how it's like, she's like, this moment is really being dragged out after a very loaded question. What would I have to do to lose you? Kind of asked um, in a way where it's like, so I avoid that, you know what I mean? He's not purposely trying to lose her. Anyway. Oh, that's easy, she said as she turned her head to me. My heart raced. Her eyes found mine and settled. Change, she said. So the thing that would make her lose him is if he changed, which is a very sweet way to respond to a question like that. And so if I can't find this, I'll just have to read it to you guys next time. But we still have some minutes together. I remember it was kind of late in the book as well. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. I'm just going to jump right in. I'm not going to prime you guys or anything. So, I believe trying to maintain a honeymoon glow in a relationship is a fool's errand fantasy. Worse yet, it's unfair to the two lovers trying to maintain it. It's a 120-watt bulb that burns too hot to last. No one can live up to the pedestal we put them on if we always put them on one. As well, when we only see our lover as a superhuman, our reflection in their eyes makes us one to them in theirs. Then we're both for rent because we're both unobtainable. The honeymoon, like Hollywood, is an animated movie. It's larger than life, not a reality we should expect to see once we exit the theatre. Where we live, where our humanity lives, where our secrets, scars, fears, hopes, and failures reside, this is what comes after the credits roll. Where real love cares, hurts, understands, falls down, and gets back up. Where it's not easy, but we get to honestly try. The 20-watt bulb isn't enough light to show the way if I expect you to be Wonder Woman and you only see me as Mr. Incredible. The 100-watt honeymoon bulb is superhuman. By design. It's the beginning, the first time, the birth. That's why it's called a honeymoon, not a marriage. It's not obtainable or sustainable until you have a daughter. On January 3rd, 2010, Vida Alves McConaughey was born. The only honeymoon that lasts forever. And it's stuff like that where his tenderness for his family just blossoms, you know? He mentions in the book how the only thing he'd ever wanted to be in his whole life was a father. And it's like, it comes through so heavily, the way he's so gentle and so, like, you know, the word that I keep coming back to is reverent, like worshipful. And, yeah, I was like, damn, that's kind of poetic, you know what I mean? And there was, I think it was maybe around that part and a different part where he's talking about his love and his marriage. I was actually kind of starting to get teary-eyed about. He was talking about how, like, Camilla was the only woman he'd ever, like, since meeting, that he'd ever wanted to, like, sleep with, go on a date with, or wake up next to. And it's just like, damn. That's just real. It's real, pure, true love. And then kind of like a bit of an extended discussion on how some people are better as flings and some people are better as like a long-term thing. People that are like, you know, good up close versus from further away. That might be lost in here somewhere, but... Oh. Yeah, this is a bit longer though. Maybe I'll save it for another time. But it's, yeah. It's a very insightful, easy read, and I can see why it's had critical acclaim. I wonder if he will continue to write, because I believe it was like a series of memoirs from basically his whole life, so you kind of have to start from scratch, and that can be a bit tricky or daunting to, yeah, to almost start fresh and go from being less of a curator and cultivator and more of just like straight up pure writing side of things. Um, you should read the book I wrote. All right, bet. I'll send you my prices. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, it's like it's interesting because the kind of thing where there's a lot of wisdom out there in the world to be found in general. Um, and there's like this really almost ironic thing where often it's the simplest advice that can be the most effective. And the philosophy of green lights is very simple. It's like, taking those silver linings um, and running with them, essentially. Um, and so, yeah, Visibly, thank you so much for joining us. We're starting to wrap up for today anyway, but I hope you have a restful rest. And yeah, it's so late because I started an hour later with all the packing and moving my garage and my Lamborghini. Um, mm. But I was glad that I got to see you guys today because I didn't get to see you yesterday, and that was sad. Yeah, I would good sometimes. Um, and so yeah, if I have any more thoughts on the book, maybe we'll like revisit it at some point. But now I think it's time to let the words just like settle. Maybe I'll revisit it in like sometime in the future. Maybe like uh, lend it out to friends or something. Cause yeah, when you like cast a wide net in the way that Matthew has done in this book, um, surely something will like resonate with someone, or like someone will like find their little nugget of truth or wisdom, and that's kind of the cool thing about such a like kind of widespread, essentially. Um, yeah, I got that vocabulary premium gene type beat. Um, that's very funny. Oh my gosh, what can I say? Eventually, when I finish, when I get to a point where I think my own writing slash novel is up to scratch, I'll maybe share some of those chapters with you guys. For now, that might be a little while away. But you guys have read some of them anyway. Maybe before we go, I'll do a quick reminder that I have a little website of mine where you can read my writing for free 99 because that's important to me. And so some of my own like fiction, non-fiction, and of course the poetry is up here, the things that I've deemed publishable at least. And if you're ever curious, like, damn, what did your creative writing degree teach you? And more or less stuff that you see here. And if you're still feeling like a curious little traveler, you can also check out the merch store that we're adding to every day, fixing stuff, and yeah, the discount code is poetry or else for a free 99. We just fixed up some issues that we were having with the shipping because we found it to be ridiculously high for no reason. It was, I think, like just one of those weird technical glitches. It should be fixed now. But if something ever seems a little off, feel free to just like, message me, like maybe in the server or something, and be like, is this right? Because what happened was, I think one of our friends of the stream had an order, and it was like one poster, right? $26, which, I'd like to believe is fair, considering we make everything ourselves, and we don't outsource or anything like that. But the shipping was like $70, and like, that can't be right. It turned out to be like over 50% cheaper than that. So we refunded the money, of course. But yeah, if anyone's like, hey, I kind of want this thing, but I might not be able to afford it, we can try and work something out. And also, if you're really just like fiending for something, a lot of these posters especially are already just posted here. You can copy, paste, and print it yourself if you like. I wanted to give people the option, even if it ends up, like costing sales, because I've been in the position before where I've enjoyed art, respected art, wanted the art and didn't have the disposable income. So I know what it's like. Eventually, for the ones that I really loved, I'd come back and pay my dues. The link, I got you. So for anyone that is like, oh, I like this poster, but you know, I can probably print it myself. They're all just there. They're like not like watermarked or anything like that. The resolution is slightly less. We had to like, you know, we had to fit them on the thing for one, like in terms of the post here, but also like as a way to make the poster itself, the ones that you get from the store, like more, you know, more inviting, more worthwhile. We've got this really ridiculously high quality version where we print on this super glossy paper and we laminate it, of course. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of like the little touches, the bespoke touches that we hope you guys enjoy. But besides that, if you're just purely there for the poetry, which, you know, I don't blame anyone for, and you just like want something to scroll through when maybe you're in line for something or like waiting at an appointment and Twitter is not behaving or just giving you a headache, maybe this could be something to, you know, look through, look at. I gotta update it though. Seriously, it's redonkulous. It's been so long. Blame it on my boomy ways. But anyway, thank you guys so much for joining me today. Before we go, here's like a kind of proper view of the fit. It's nothing special. It's a little top. It kind of could function as a dress, but it's so hot here that I just wanted something nice and cool. And just normal black pants, one of my favorites. I'm gonna see who's live. And I wanted to try this new thing where we raid someone random for like, I don't know, a week or so, like a different person each day, because I've been feeling like we haven't been branching out so much. And even though it could go potentially horribly wrong, if you don't vet people beforehand, it could be kind of a fun experiment and like, you know, giving yourself over to chance, the possibility of a green light. And so I might just like, you know, see who's available essentially. And as for Pathic, I got you. Where's Pathic? There he is. He's always here in spirit. That's weird. Oh, it's because my computer crashed. Okay. Let's see who's live. Please. I'm gonna pick someone random, so send all your love their way, but if they end up being kind of sus, just, you know, take it easy. Let me see. Oh, I actually don't know. Playing Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. That sounds good to me. Looks like they just started too. Alright, bet. We're gonna say hi to Book's Nest. I love Legend of Zelda. My mom loves Tears of the Kingdom, so let's go say hi. If you guys are heading off to sleep, thank you so much for joining me. Take care. I'll see you the day after tomorrow, which will be Saturday. Oh, actually, I have philosophy club that day. Maybe Sunday. We'll see. In the meanwhile, hugs and kisses, cugs and hisses, behave, or at the very least, don't get caught. Enjoy this outro music, and remember to catch those green lights when you can. Mwah!